Okay, now like, hello. If you can see and preferably hear us, please let us know. It's good to check because we just did it and turns out it hadn't. So now hopefully it has.
Go live, and it said you're actually you're not live. So this is going live. Take 2.
Also, do we have a new background? It's much darker than I remember. It's nice, but it's much darker in here than I recall it being.
Cool. Okay, so are we all ready to build an EVERCHOSEN?
Yes, I think we are.
We're going to build a snowman. I mean, EVERCHOSEN. It's going to be super cool. It's going to be good. And this is one that's been building now for must be about a month since we originally decided we were going to do this. And we said, hey, we'll do it on Wednesday. And then my body went, nah. And then, hey, my body went, nah. I know, we'll do it this Wednesday. And my body went, nah. But we're finally here. And I'm delighted. And it's going to be a super cool one as well, because who doesn't want to build their own EVERCHOSEN?
Yeah, it is probably one of the most, I think, classic build a character that can easily slot into the universe itself, because there has been apparently a whopping 13 of these guys, and we only know little tiny bits about like 4 or 5 of them. Yeah, and even within that 5, like, one of them is a little dubious about whether he technically counts, because he doesn't really get anywhere. But there is a lot that can be done with EVERCHOSEN. Of course, we've talked about them quite a bit here on Lorebeards. I think we've talked about the EVERCHOSEN rather extensively during pretty much any Chaos stream, but also during a lot of our Ask Us Anythings or the Tomarcon Brothers series. We've had pretty extensive dialogues about what could have been done with EVERCHOSENs versus what has been done, and of course how they've changed over the years. So there's a lot of really interesting things to cover.
There is. I'm quite looking forward to this one because the EVERCHOSEN is an interesting piece of relatively late lore in the greater Warhammer scheme. And for a while it had its lovely Champion of Light sitting over on the other side as well. That was a thing. And the EVERCHOSEN as a concept and an idea is kind of super cool. And has been really, really hard pitched almost since the mid-90s onwards. And I'm particularly looking forward to seeing where we land, because this stream, much like all of our other build your own streams, is going to be us working with you to do it, which means we're going to be putting up polls, having a discussion about different stories we could have, putting up more polls and seeing where it lands. And it's quite possible that it could land almost anywhere. After all, we are dealing with chaos. So I'm really looking forward to it, not just because I had to do zero prep for this one, which is always a good thing, but because this could land almost anywhere. And if it lands somewhere I like, I'll almost certainly use this one in my own games as well. So make sure you build something cool, everyone, because I want to use this one. Because as we've said already, for all the concept of an EVERCHOSEN, the idea of this great hero of chaos that is, for one reason or another, picked out by all 4 chaos powers to bind together the great tribes of humanity to wipe out the rest of the world. For all that character is of extreme importance to the Warhammer world as a whole, the amount of detail we have for them is not just scant, not just slight, it's almost zero. The only one we really know anything about so far is Archaon. The rest of them are a name, a couple of deeds. We attacked at Kislev Gates. Very little beyond that. I mean, what is known of Azavar Kul, for example, the 12th EVERCHOSEN? I can tell you how much when I had to draw him. So little that I had to draw a shield in front of him so that you couldn't see the actual Chaos Lord himself, because nobody knew what he looked like, or indeed if it was even a he. Such was the amount of detail that I was given at the time. So this is going to be fun, because we're going to go deep diving into something that is, I hope, going to be really, really cool.
Yes, but before we get into it, we do have just a couple of quick little things to take care of before we hop into it. One, just because I know some people will ask, and I just want to put out the word that if you prefer your Lorebeards in a different format, notably on various websites like Spotify and what have you, I have updated all of the sites with all the missing episodes of Lorebeards. Those will be coming out every day for the next 2 weeks or so until it's all caught up. So if you're like, man, where the hell is season 7? Don't worry, it's finally coming. I finally got off my ass and did it.
Wow.
So,
is it split up into seasons now, is it?
Very, very, very vaguely.
Well, yeah. Where is season 7 Sotek?
Yeah,
what
so
even is season 7 Sotek?
the vague 2025-ish season-ish sort of thing. But anyway, it's out now. So that's coming out. Also, Andy has a little request for y'all that if you're like, man, I don't know what to do with my hands during the stream, we got an answer for you.
What an intro! So, are you all ready to do something with your hands, everyone? Right, so, as you may all have noted, because I've been banging on about it like crazy these last, I don't know, 3-4 months, we got a game, Dark Deeds, out from Rookery Publications. Dark Deeds! And we would really like you to, if you possibly could, if you have obviously bought and played it, pop over to, it's in the chat right now, that link over at Board Game Geek. Sign up if you haven't signed up and give us a review. Obviously, we prefer a 10-star review, but if you only want to give us 9 stars, I suppose we'll let you off. But yes, please, give us a big review over there at Board Game Geek and just tell everybody else what you think of the game, because apparently this will make a big difference. So the more of you that can go over there and give us a review, the better. And we will mention this again later in the stream because we know those of you who are watching live, a lot of you aren't here yet. So we will mention this again later, but please do pop over to Board Game Geek and give us a review. That would be amazing because I kind of love this game and would like more people to play it.
Yeah, I actually just played Dark Deeds 2 nights ago when I went to visit my buddies. And
how well did you do?
I thought I was doing so good. I was doing great until very, very suddenly the Brute Squad showed up, and because I had planned out like my next 2 or 3 turns, I was like, oh, it's perfect. And then they showed up, and it was like, fuck. And I went from I'm gonna win this game to I think my score was negative 29.
Oh, bummer. I will say as well that the Board Game Geek page I literally just set up, so there is currently only 1 review up there. And it's me. And I bet you can't guess what I gave it out of 10. So, yeah, we're going to know exactly how many of you are that do drop over there. So if you can drop over and do reviews, I'll be able to see them update over the course of, I don't know whether they update live over there or not. But if they do, there'll be 1, maybe 2, maybe 4 reviews by the end of this. Please do a review. It'd be amazing.
Yep. And I think that's pretty much all the like kind of little interesting things we have to get out of the way.
Other than making sure that you all turn up this Sunday for what are we doing this Sunday again? It's going to be
Sunday Skulltaker.
Yeah, Skulltaker. Excellent, Skulltaker. It's going to be well awesome. But it's been a pretty heavy corn take of late, so I'm quite looking forward to rounding off this corn-centric angle that we've had this last few months.
Yeah, enjoy it, because once we're done with Skulltaker, we're not coming back to corn for a really long time.
Yeah, so if you've got any questions about corn, now is the time to pitch them to us, because we will not be answering them for a while.
Yeah, but with that out of the way, I think we're going to go ahead and hop into like little super chat stuff that came in right here at the start of the stream, and then we're just going to get into it because these build us something streams can sometimes go really long, so we should
they can
get started. Yeah. Hammond, why didn't Andy drink bourbon that was left outside for too long? It was too whiskey.
Too risky. Too risky? Is that
risky? Yeah, too risky.
You really think that would stop me? Shows you what you know, Hammond.
Ricky Chapman, this will be the 3rd EVERCHOSEN we've built. Man, y'all have been busy apparently. Can't wait to see their rise and fall for the Dark Gods, for the Undivided, for the 3-eyed King. Well, we'll get into some of those discussions here in a bit. Because there's some interesting things about EVERCHOSENs, but we'll get to that. Holy Artist, just a question for Andy. Have you ever written a character of yourself, or do you know if there's a character based on you in Warhammer Fantasy like Sotek has with the Oracle of the Sacred Flax?
Cool. I have made many characters in roleplay games of various types that are based on me or some equivalent at various points. Indeed, there's even been a few characters named after me, not by myself, but by other people in various games. Indeed, for example, an Andreas Richter has popped up in more than one place inside various books. Andreas Richter, for example, is in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th Edition as one of the people who was responsible for the glorious Reichland map at the very beginning. El Koch is the other one, which is a reference to Lindsay, El Koch being El Cook, because her maiden name was Cook, where obviously she's now El Law, but having two El Richter and A Richter would have been weird. But yes, there has been a variety of them down through the years.
Let's see. Hutchins, we're going to have some dark deeds tonight. Yes, there will be a minion who will rise and fall, just like I did 2 nights ago.
Indeed, I'm going to post that link one more time just in case, so that you can all pop over to Board Game Geek. It's over on both Twitch and over on YouTube if you would like to go and do the deed.
John, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Locke. John Locke Cole, pardon me. Hugely appreciated.
Let's see. Cobalt, all I want for Christmas is a Chaos Dwarf for Druki EVERCHOSEN. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get this out of the way. So me and Andy were talking a little bit before the stream, and there are when doing a build in EVERCHOSEN, one thing that me and Andy are keenly aware of is that in prior streams we have had a lot of an EVERCHOSEN could do this, it could be this, it could be not human, it could be like we've done a lot of what could be done with the concept of an EVERCHOSEN. But one of the things that's kind of important to keep in mind is that those are pretty
out there.
We got broad interpretations of the role.
Yeah.
And I think the goal for tonight is to try and work with y'all to create something that lands as true to what would a realistic EVERCHOSEN be with community involvement, kind of like how we did what would be a realistic god, like we did in the Making a God stream, where we came up with a really badass one god and stuff like that. So because of that, there's going to be one real restriction that we're going to put on y'all, which is that the EVERCHOSEN, unfortunately for Colbo, does need to be human.
And I know this might suck for many of you out there, and it sort of sucks for me as well, because I have a really cool idea for something that's not human. But I think it's super important, if we are building something that feels like it's very much a part of the lore and would exist within the Warhammer world we know, that we have ourselves, as is prophesized, a human that binds together all the human tribes to destroy the world. And that, sadly, means human, but it is worth noting, humans do come in many stripes. So we've got many different types of human that we could potentially create our next EVERCHOSEN from, but we can get onto that when we get there.
Yeah, so don't worry, there will still be notable choices, but that's going to be the starting mold we'll be looking at.
I think so. And as much as I'd love to have, say, a Beastman, I think that'd be great, particularly because the Beastmen are all often overlooked. I think it's also worth saying the Beastmen are often overlooked by the Chaos Gods also. So I'm quite happy following this restriction while simultaneously being a bit disappointed. Can't help myself being, but I'm the one enforcing it, goddammit.
And hey, if you're like, well, I refuse to take this line down, feel free to kick up as much of a fuss, especially in Super Chat form. And, in the future, on another Wednesday night stream, we'll come back and do an explicitly non-human one. Which could be fun.
So for Skaven in a trench coat, for example, it'd be fine.
I need my EVERCHOSEN chaos adult man, the 3 halflings in a trench coat, just bringing absolute ruin to the world. Barsikowski, I hopefully pronounced that right. Did you know there was a dwarven tank miniature sculpted for 8th edition Warhammer Fantasy Battles and not released? How would you incorporate it into lore? Zufbar? I've never heard of this.
How have I missed that? Where have you found this from? Because if you've got any sort of link or any awareness of where that came from, I'd really like to know it, because I didn't know this. And I know quite a lot of the unreleased stuff because I've spoken to various people down through the years, but not an entire freaking tank, particularly because the concept of the steam tank is often directly associated with the Empire army. So to see it then copy pasted over into the dwarves in a different view would be, to me, almost inconceivable. I desperately want to know where that comes from.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of that kind of like seems similar to this is there's been a notable amount of mentions in the past about like essentially like a burrowing mining platform, like a drill that's on like treads or wheels that gets mentioned quite a few times actually in the various Dwarf Army books, where you'll read about it like burrowing through part of the underway. And but it wasn't really intended as like a machine of war. It was more that it happened to get in nasty scenarios where it would then like manage to pull through. But this, I personally would not go for a tank, because I feel like kind of with Andy, I think it'd be too close to what the Empire has, and I would want to keep Empire and Dwarf tech pretty far apart. That being said, if you had a gun to my head and were like, deal with it, what are you going to do with it? Then yeah, I would definitely mess around with, I mean, Zupbar is the place of the engineers. It is a dwarf world that also doesn't get nearly as much attention as I would love. So for them to kind of have like released this like heavy mechanized machine of war that's like burrowing through the underway and stuff, yeah, that's probably what I do with it.
Yeah, totally. I'm going to pop a link over on if you've got a link to it, because I've got a feeling that somebody just tried to post the link. Since I saw the link is here. Oh, whoops, sorry, but the comments coming in too fast. There we go. That link did not post. So if you could post it over into Discord, that'd be great. We've got an entire thread over on the Lawhammer Discord about the Everchosen if you want to pop it in there, but it's about dwarves, so just pop it in Lorebeards chat or something. That'd be brilliant. If you're not part of Discord though, I don't know, share the links with someone else who is part of Discord. Go join our Discord, for goodness sake.
Yeah, you could DM it to Hawk if you want, because Hawk's a mod on Twitch, so he could post it.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Yeah, because unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, but a lot of our streaming stuff has defenses against people posting random links.
Yeah.
For understandable reasons. All right, so from there we've got Watchdog 3079. Could it be our Everchosen could rise during the time of 2/3 Emperor/Empress? It's
So we've got a discussion to have about this later, I think, as to timing, because there's different ways that we can do this. And I think that the best way to answer this question will be after our intro, because during our intro, we'll both pitch different ideas and different things that we have to potentially consider, and then we'll land on something. Then once we've got that, this will be answered.
Yeah, so that is something we will approach. Stephen Lucas, headcanon, most Everchosen are not faithful to the end times task, starting with Be'lakor. Several had tiny warbands and travel incognito for personal goals. So that is the way I would tackle this is I would say that kind of defeats the purpose of them
Of an Everchosen.
becoming an Everchosen. What I'll say is this. One could argue that Archaon's reasons for becoming Everchosen is slightly different, or even massively different, compared to a lot of other Everchosens, where he's kind of portrayed in some books as wanting to use the role of Everchosen to destroy everything, including the Dark Gods themselves. Like, he's going after gods in general. So you could have an Everchosen that has like an ulterior motive, but ultimately that motive should still seek to be accomplished by performing the role of Everchosen. Because while the Dark Gods... Yeah, the Dark Gods are insane and crazy and goofballs, but they're also not stupid. And the idea that someone could like manipulate them into being crowned Everchosen, then be like, haha, I'm not actually going to do any of that. Like, I don't think that would play well.
The best way to think of the Everchosen, and this is going to be controversial to many of you out there, the best way to quickly consider it is think of the elven avatars. We are aware that the elven gods manifest within certain elves, and those elves become super different, super special, super crazy, super over the top, and don't necessarily follow the character they may have had once before, although they to a degree still do. The Everchosen is not so different with the Chaos Gods, but he doesn't just have one god with him. He has all four who have selected this individual because they have done certain things, whatever we decide the Everchosen must have done in this iteration of the Everchosen cycle. They have done certain things, and they have been recognized by all four of the great chaos powers, let alone any any of the lesser ones and effectively empowered. They become almost walking avatar of the gods themselves. A little bit like Horus over in the 40k world, because he fulfilled a very similar role. So we are not dealing with someone who's just a layabout who may run off and do his own little Chaos Warband thing, because he's got bigger stuff to chew. He has bigger walls to eat. He has bigger challenges ahead of him. He is an Everchosen. And as an Everchosen, his fate is mighty. And I would not like to belittle that position. So I think I agree with Sotek in that front.
Quebec Prime, my local game store, just received my copy of Dark Deeds I ordered from them. Just need to go to Montreal to pick it up. We'll write a review after the first game. Excellent. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Superb. That's just amazing. And also super glad that you got your shop to stock it. And if you're out there thinking, I'd like to buy Dark Deeds, going to your local friendly game store and pushing them towards getting them to stock it would be a great way of doing so. Plus, as I said earlier, if you can send a review to us, for those of you that do have it today, that would be amazing. I've posted the link now into chat because we are desperate to get some reviews for the game out there.
Mulbarak, can't wait to play Dark Deeds because I love running around and causing chaos. It's an excellent game for that.
What the fuck? Is that the actual miniature? So I've just had posted over in the Lorebeards chat the miniature. Is that the miniature? If that's the miniature, I'm not surprised they didn't post it.
Yeah,
if that's real.
If that's the miniature, no offense to that miniature, that is an ugly ass miniature.
And it's a tank. It's a tank, all right. Wow. I'm not going to be looking at the video just now. I'm just going to look at that picture.
Yeah, we'll have to look at that later.
Is that even real? OMG.
Yeah, we will mess around with that later because that does actually look quite interesting in sort of like a messed up way.
Holy crap.
God, I hope that's not what it was actually supposed to look like because that is a silly looking thing. But Mobarak,
it's a tank.
I think you'll really enjoy the game. Simon, what is actually unique about Archaon if all Everchosen had his cheating ass items? Is it really just spider will, hatred for the gods, just plain luck? Okay, so this is something I'm going to talk about in the intro. So I don't want to go super crazy on it right now, but Archaon, not the Everchosens didn't have all those fancy goo gods and gadgets.
Yeah.
And we'll really get into that in a bit because I think is what a lot of the misunderstandings can sometimes be about Everchosens, is that they all have to go through the exact same process Archaon did, and that's not the case, which we'll talk about. Hutchins, Cathay and Everchosen, who grew resentful of how they view their treatment by certain dragon children, perhaps. That is certainly an option. We might end up getting a Cathay and Everchosen.
Yeah, that do.
Darius Rose, is it weird to find the Chaos Marauders in the Libercatica kind of hot? Also, that Dolgan lady from the Throne of Chaos. Is it weird in today's day and age? No, I don't think it's that weird.
Hey, Darius, whatever your kink is good for you.
Yeah, we're not here to yuck your yum. So you enjoy yourself. Mobarak, get you our copies from your local store. Support your local store. Yes. Support your local
absolutely.
store.
Get your copies of Dark Deeds, because I'm really pitching this today, apparently. Dark Deeds from your local store. Do ask them to stock it if they can. And if they've got any problems with doing so, get them to get in contact with Modifius. Modifius are the people who are doing the printing of the game.
Mm-hmm. Darius Rowe, also, it's possible for Everchosen to be non-human, potentially in a future stream. Like a Shaggoth. Are there other Shaggoths as big as Kolek, or is he the largest besides Kraken Rock? Like to think he has big brothers that bully him. So Kolek is likely one of the biggest.
Yeah.
But Kraken Rock is obviously the biggest, where he's like a literal mountain. But Kolek is pretty fucking big. He's certainly not the only one of that size, but
Agreed.
I would say well, okay. So if you go back and watch like our stream we did on Dragon Ogres, I think you could make an argument that Skaranarak might have been larger. If you believe the theory that Skaranarak might have been the mother of Dragon Ogres, then she would probably be bigger than her good old son Kolek. But with like rare legendary exceptions, Kolek would probably be the biggest.
Yeah, I think that's fair. it's like all things Dragon Ogre, it is shrouded with mystery and uncertainty. So if you're in a position where you go, I'd really like to have one that's bigger, you absolutely can, and you would not be contradicting the lore. If you want to have Kolek being the biggest, you absolutely can, and you would not be contradicting the lore, because most of Dragon Ogre's lore is either ancient or just copy-pasted down through the editions. Again, I strongly recommend you go watch our Dragon Ogre stream, because if you watch that one, it will pretty much clarify everything for you.
Inquisitor Thomas, protest super chat against the tyranny of not having a lizard man ever chosen. Perhaps a Slan ever chosen, a Slan named Criminal. Get out, you're banned.
I would just like to say that I wouldn't just nix a Slan ever chosen. I would say that it is absolutely categorically impossible. The Slan do not corrupt.
Except for that one time that we keep vaguely mentioning was theoretically going to be in a book. But moving on.
The Slan do not corrupt.
Mortensen Crescent. With an Everchosen today and Skulltaker Sunday, it's Uzul all week. There is a lot of Uzul action going on. Which be sure to tune in to Sunday, where we talk about why GW chose to do that. They're like, we'll just name them all Uzul. Fuck it.
Yeah, the Flyers of Azul. I'm the sort of... Oh, no. Yeah, Azul's everything.
Would Gelt be Andy's Everchosen?
No.
I don't think he's cool enough to be Everchosen in Andy's mind. He's just an asshole.
Screw that guy.
WPKM managed to coax a local shop into getting Dark Deeds. Excellent.
Thank you so much.
They won't regret it.
Do send us a review over on Board Game Geek. That would be lovely. I will indeed even post that link again and continue to do so throughout the course of this stream.
Hawk, I know you're here. Would you actually mind grabbing that link and just lighten that up like every 15 to 30 minutes? We'd appreciate it.
Oh, that'd be amazing. Thank you, Hawk.
Elementor Exposure. How about a favorite child of Miao Ying that falls to chaos and kills her second favorite child to explain how she became so cold and aloof? That could be an interesting story.
Yeah, that could be a fun story, Elemental Exposure. I think there's something along those lines, or at least the foundation of it will have to go into one of our votes.
Draymond, off topic, but imagine a Monster Hunter style game where you play as an ogre hunter, white lion, giant slayer, and or a questing knight. Would pay good money for that. Yeah, there's a lot of
pay good money for that.
Yeah, there is a lot of crazy shit that could be done well in the Warhammer Fantasy verse if people would just pursue it, and if GW would let them. Though GW seems to be pretty lax with their video game license, so I think it's just more of if we had good developers. Yeah, I just want a Warhammer dating sim. Where's that?
I'd be all over that one.
Holy Artist, what would you see as human? Would halflings or ogres fall under humans in this case, or is it just Empire? So if you look at it and go, I'll put it this way. If you look at it and your initial thought is to say, oh, that's not human, that's a blank, like that's a beast man, or that's an ogre, the answer is no.
Yeah. I bet humans do come from all over the world. So there are many different types of humans that we can gain access to. Like, for example, has been discussed many times here, humans from Cathay, including certain dragon-blooded humans from Cathay if we desperately wish. That would still be classified as human. But we are looking for something that is human in origin, not ogre or halfling or greenskin or skaven or beastman or anything that could be described as humanoid. Elf, for example.
Yeah, if you had a magic item that would say get bonus damage against humans, use your who would that rationally apply to? Using Warhammer logic. Stephen Lucas, about small Warpan comment, character limit. The goal can be grand and benefit the Chaos Gods while being very personal, like they use 20 peeps to off Malekith. That is very potentially something that will come up of an Everchosen that has an I mean, I think realistically, every single Everchosen would likely have an ulterior motive. I could see maybe the argument, and that's something that will probably come up as a poll option, is whether they're someone that's trying to achieve a personal goal through the role of Everchosen, kind of like Archaon did, or whether it's like a deeply fanatical person that genuinely and very deeply worships chaos, because that's a pretty broad spectrum. But yeah, definitely. Super Orlok, maybe a more primitive Everchosen from the north of Nagaroth who fought the Dark Elves. Maybe a sort of great Chaos Priest. Yeah, that's certainly an option. Someone that comes from the north, but on the Western Hemisphere instead of the Eastern Hemisphere.
Just to take a moment to look at that thing. Never trust an elf. What the?
Yeah, you know.
Wow.
I can see how they like designed modern gyrocopters and gyrobombers in it. Like it's that same type
and the
design.
idea of the dwarf monitor from the old Man of War as well, because Man of War ships, for want of a better word, are pretty much 19th century or early 20th century ships.
This thing looks like it was fucking massive.
It does, doesn't it?
If it was supposed to have 20 warrior models inside of it, like this was probably on an Ragnarok base. So like, good lord, that thing would have been.
Yeah, indeed.
They want to make a steam tank look putsy.
Super thanks to EJ Cruising there for posting it to us. That was just posted over on Discord. But holy camolians, look at that thing! Right, let's get rid of that and get back to our chats before we go live.
Far more serious things.
More serious things than dwarf super tanks.
All right. So we're all caught up. So
are we? Oh, okay. So we are ready. You want to do your intro then?
Yes, I will. I'll go ahead. So think about EverChosen. EverChosens, as we know, are the great unifiers of the great powers of chaos. So that is a requirement right on the front page of that. If you wish to apply for EverChosen, you must be a champion that is able to earn the favor of Khorne, Nurgle, Tzeentch, Slaanesh, and you unify their favor into a singular individual. Now, contrary to what Archaon did, a lot of people look at Archaon and think, oh, so you have to get all these like gobbledygocks to get access to being EverChosen. That's not true. The only actual requirement to be the EverChosen is the crown. Which is the crown of Dominion. And essentially it acts as a force that allows the EverChosen's will to be like heavily multiplied and kind of crowns him as like the favorite of the gods and allows him to kind of wrangle the nightmare that is chaos, especially the more demonic or insane parts of it under his thumb. But Archaon was, fun fact about him, good old Diedrich Kastner, which was his given name when he was born. Kastner he didn't come up with the name Archaon. He opened a prophecy that talked about the coming of an EverChosen by the name of Archaon, and he chose to fulfill that prophecy. So he became Archaon. Archaon was a concept proposed by Necrodoma the Unsane under the influence of Be'lakor, who was basically, in order to become Archaon, you must do these things, and Archaon will bring about the apocalypse. And Diedrich Kastner looked at that and he said, I'm going to be that guy. This is me. And sure enough, he did that. But all of the other EverChosens, they did not go through that process. They went through their own unique stories. And you can see this with like the armor of Morkar was one of Archaon's treasures, the 6 treasures of chaos. None of the other EverChosens wore Morkar's armor except for Morkar the first.
Sure, that's true.
Well, it's possible, likely, depending on how you look at things. It was a long way away when Archaon eventually found it. But like the armor of Asavar Kul gets explained in the Battle March video games as being like its own suit of unique armor. Or you have like the Slayer of Kings, we know was made by the second EverChosen. So Morkar didn't have it because it was made by the second one, Vandal. And some myths say that it round up with Krakenroth the Black pretty quickly after Vandal. Or maybe someone else managed to get it, like maybe the 4th or the 5th EverChosen. But it just kind of bounces around. And like Dorgar is a whole, the Steed of the Apocalypse, he's a whole can of worms. But Archaon, a lot of what Archaon did was going around gathering these 6 treasures to prove that he was Archaon. And to step into that role, step into that mantle. So we don't need to worry about the person we're creating today gathering the 6 treasures of chaos because they're not Archaon. So they're not going to do that. The only thing they have to get is the Crown of Dominion.
Yeah. I'll, for my small, brief introduction, say a few things. Number one, in complete support of everything that Sotek says, we're looking for somebody who is going to bind together chaos underneath their will. And in doing whatever it is that they do, they impress the chaos gods to such an extent that all 4 chaos powers support this character. That is a big deed. So something big is going to happen with this individual that we make. And they're going to do some really impressive shit before eventually it comes to them attempting to, underneath the guidance of the 4 Chaos Powers, destroy the world. But it is worth noting, as Sotek suggested, there is always a 5th Chaos Power potentially manipulating affairs. So we're going to have to also decide what influence Be'lakor does or doesn't have on this Everchosen. So this is something else we'll need to decide through the course of this, because there is at least a hint that all of the Everchosen were his kids. So that's something to potentially consider. We have another thing that we're going to need to consider through the course of this one. Obviously, we're not considering whether it's going to be human, but we are definitely going to have to consider when is this Everchosen. And we have 2 continuities that we have to offer. The first continuity is the established one that we have in 8th edition, which is that Morcar was the first Everchosen and that there was no Everchosen during the Cataclysm. So Morcar was the first Everchosen during the time of Sigmar, and Sigmar kicked him in. And then a further 12 over the course of the next, like every 100 to 200 years or so, popped up until eventually Archaon succeeds 2,500 years later. So the established background of the Everchosen is they come every so many centuries, but the reality of the background is that they come about every century and a half, and it kind of doesn't make sense. Or we have a different continuity which tells a potentially broader story, and that's that during the Cataclysm, Morcar existed or a different Everchosen existed, and that the Everchosens have existed since the Cataclysm itself, and the Chaos Gods have been trying to destroy the world since that time, and there has been Everchosens arising and falling at ever increasing a pace until eventually we hit the 13th with Archaon. The original background was that Archaon was the 13th, that the one before was 200 years earlier, the one before that was 300 years earlier, and that was during the time of Mordheim, and the one before that was probably 400 to 500 years earlier. So we're looking all the way back at approximately 1500, which is quite a long time ago. Then maybe 1,000 years, so during the time of Myrmidia. And then before that, maybe 1,500 years. It was an increasing frequency until eventually we hit the end of the world. Yeah, so we've got 2 different backgrounds that we've got to consider there.
So I think, for the sake of allowing the community to have some really fun votes, and it being the first vote, I think it should just be an executive decision. We should go with the version where the first one shows up during the Cataclysm. And we have from the end of the Cataclysm to Azavar Kul, essentially. Well, actually, the one before Azavar Kul, whose name I can't remember.
The one that, oh, crap.
The one that, the one that goofs in Mordheim.
Yeah, totally. Oh, it's really annoing me.
I know he has a name, but I can't remember.
Come back to me.
Yeah, he doesn't really count anyway. He was the lamest Everchosen by far. So that gives us a span of like roughly 6,000 years to ballpark with, instead of only like 2,000. So I think that's a fine.
I don't think that's a bad idea either. It gives everybody that's watching and hopefully building this Everchosen with us a broader palette to work with when painting up this version of the great champion of chaos, but it also makes more sense for the lore of the game. The lore changed because the writers through the course of the 6th, 7th edition thought, well, there was no humans back then, so we can't have a human Everchosen, Morcar, we can't do it. But they changed the lore again and said that humans were uplifted by the old ones, and absolutely were there at the Cataclysm, which means that, bluntly, the hole they were trying to patch by saying it was only demons that Anarian faced off against has been completely blown apart by later lore. So I think it's fine for us to say, yeah, we've had Everchosens from the beginning all the way through to the end, and Cataclysm, Everchosen 1 is Morcar, then 2, maybe 1,000, 2,000 years after that, then 3, 4, 5 onwards up until the end of time. So we've got a lot of time we can play with.
Yeah, so I think that should actually be our first vote, because I think it's going to determine a lot, which is giving us, let's say, 4 broad ages that our Everchosen could crop up in. which can give us a lot of information about like what's going on in the world, who are the relevant empires, where is this person likely to come from. So I think that'll be the best way to tackle it. I think we can have like ancient times being from, I would say, like the Cataclysm up until maybe the War of the Beard.
I'd say there's only going to be one option in there as well. So that'd be basically you're saying third EVERCHOSEN.
Yeah, so third EVERCHOSEN. So this would be old.
Okay, so this is before we have Cathay. So if you're wanting to have, say, for example, a dragon-blooded EVERCHOSEN, you ain't doing it here because this is before Grand Cathay is properly established.
Yeah, this would very, very likely be like a this is going to be like a primordial somewhere in the jungles or ancient Nehekara type ballpark.
All sorts of fun things could come out from that one.
Yeah.
Yep.
And, I think for the one after that, we have kind of like we could probably say maybe the 5th or the 6th EVERCHOSEN, which I say would be kind of the Rise of Humanity era of from when the elves are pushed out of the old world to Sigmar.
We missed a comment from Amadeus. I've just marked Amadeus, so we'll catch you later, okay? So we'll get that when we do our next super chat.
Yeah, we'll get caught up on those in just a bit.
So don't worry, I'll catch you up on that one.
Actually, no. Let's maybe do the 5th EVERCHOSEN as elves to maybe like Cathay builds the wall. Maybe that would be a good one.
Okay, so we're looking at old, which is going to be 4th to 5th.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm keeping it nice and simple. Ancient, 3rd. Old, 4th to 5th.
Yeah, and then we can have, I think, the 6th or 7th, or probably 7th, which would have us, I would say, focusing on like the EVERCHOSEN before. Actually, it'd probably be more like the.
How about we go 6th to 9th and then go 9th to 11th?
Yeah, that works.
Okay, so we're putting into 3 bands.
So 6th to 9th ancient, kind of be like
old. What's my adjective going to be for the 6th to 8th? So maybe ancient, old, classic, because we're in the classical area. Classic, good old classical. I'm going to crown it to classical because that amused me. A classical one, and then finally 9th to 11th, or somewhere around that region, will be post it, the founding of the empire. So we're talking modern.
Modern, yeah.
Okay, so that'll be just to make sure that you're clear what's coming your way. You've got ancient for the 3rd, old for 4th or 5th, classical for 6th to the 8th, or modern for the 9th to 11th. Are you all ready? Because the poll's starting right now.
9th, 10th, shouldn't it? Because we know who the 11th is.
Oh, yeah, oops. Yeah, more time. Oh, yeah, you're right. More time said. Oops. So 9th to 11th won't be happening. It'll be 9th or 10th. God damn it. Okay, so that's the poll up now over on YouTube. It's not quite up on Twitch yet, I presume, because I can see Sotek currently typing away. While we're waiting, I did mention earlier that if you've already bought yourself a copy of Dark Deeds, please do go over to darkdeeds.com. No, not to darkdeeds.com, to boardgeek.com and give us a review. It'd be enormously appreciated. We currently only have one review. It's from me. You can pretty much guess what that review is going to be. But if you bought yourself a copy of the marvelous game, and if you haven't, please buy it. Modiphius.com, modiphius.co.uk. And please do send some reviews, because we would like to do a big advert. And if your review, if you write a whole review out, is super cool and Mark likes it, he'll pop it up on the advert and we'll cite your name on that as well with whatever rating it was that you gave. So please do a super cool review.
Yep, that's what I'm going to do literally as soon as the stream's over. And while that poll and once again, just to kind of get in your heads of that, ancient is like elves and dwarves are still kind of near the height of their empires. They haven't completely fallen out yet. The world is still very young.
Holy crap. There's a bunch of reviews now. We've got 7 reviews now.
Hell yeah. Keep them coming. We would be deeply thankful if we could have like 50 by next week. That would be
that'd be amazing, wouldn't it? Oh, thanks so much for everyone who's dropped in the reviews so far. Hey, Mr. Pig. Hey, Ravino. Hey, Zero Daimyo. Oh, you're all right, John Cole, Hawk Hodley, and Von Bloodbath. That's Andy Leask.
You'll even get a shout out.
You will indeed. I just did one. That was amazing. Thanks, everyone.
So Ancient, very, very old. Like you're thinking like very minor input from human nations. Going to be dealing with like a lot of just humanity just jumping up and dealing with a lot of other races, but focusing in old world regions. Old, you're looking at kind of very Nehekara, Cathay dominant. And the elves and the dwarves are a little bit more in the decline. Classical, you're looking a lot at the classical world. So still some Nehekara, but Nehekara is past its golden age by a lot. We're probably post Nagash at this point. But we've had the rise of like the Southern Realms, and humanity is migrating around and is really ascending into the gaps left behind by the elder races. And then modern, of course, would be very post Sigmar. So keep that in mind as you're voting. All right, I'm going to grab some super chats real quick as the vote is still going. Let's see. What do you call a Chaos Champion with no game? The Never Chosen. As for concepts, how about Never Chosen who builds an empire and thus loses favor? So my only thing I would say against this is, to me, this kind of smacks a little too similar to what happened to Be'lakor, where Be'lakor was essentially in that Ever-Chosen role, but he got so focused on making himself into a god, building up his own empire nation, that he kind of lost the plot, so to speak, and he gets punished for it. So I feel like that would be a little bit too much rehashing his story.
Yeah, I agree completely. And also, so we don't miss it, because that was the one that we missed earlier. Amadeus! Petition for our Ever-Chosen to be 1, a woman or a child, and 2, come from Cathay or Nehekara before Nagash big spell. Anything more interesting than yet, and 1 more Empire Man with a sword. You know, I think anything that isn't an Empire Man with a sword would be yeah, probably a good idea. But we'll see where we develop, because it is ultimately going to be your choice.
Yep. Darius, and then we'll check on the poll after this one. Darius, what about the Southern Chaos Waste? We will discuss the Southern Chaos Waste. Are there people down there, possible half demons similar to the Wrathmoggers? Are there? So we don't really know a lot about what's down there. The only
There's a Beastman.
Yeah, the only author.
The Beastman army list has all of them go.
Yeah, there's a ton of Beastmen down there, and the only author I know that's ever tried to tackle it is the Archaon author who created the Beastskin, being the half demon, half Beastman hybrid things. Where he's like, yeah, that's where Prince Ogrex comes from. So it's a discussion we could have. I would rather leave that for maybe creating a Beastman Ever-Chosen at some point and doing that as its own fun, contextualized stream. I think that would be great to do for that. So I'm inclined to say not yet, but we could approach that as an option depending on which era y'all go with.
Yeah, totally. And at the moment over on YouTube, we have had about just over half of you voting. So there's a lot of space for votes yet. And at the moment, Classical is just in the lead, not by a huge amount. Old at 4th to 5th could catch up. So if you'd like to change that vote or solidify that vote, do please pop over to your phone if you're just listening to us in a headset or some equivalent and get that vote in.
Yeah, I will note for those of you voting that Twitch ultimately went for Old, so we will give Old a little bit of a boost if it gets really close between it and Classical.
It's funny you said that. Classical's percentage literally just went up by 1 as you said that. Oh no! No!
Yeah, so get your. We'll give you all just a couple more super chats then. So we got Charcoal Briquette. That's probably not how you say it, but it sounds hilarious.
Charcoal Briquette.
Oh,
that's exactly how you say it. Yeah.
Evil William Wallace, Albionese corrupted by Be'lakor. That would actually be quite funny. That could work for, I think, Old era. That could actually be quite a potential option.
Yeah, one of the Belsani tribe or something similar.
Yeah, a terrible evil coming out of Albion. Diedrich Kastner looked at the prophecy of Archaon and said, "Wow, he's literally me." Yeah, and
he's certainly going to be.
Yeah. People when you find sometimes you just find your calling. You're just looking at a magazine, you're like, oh my god, this is everything. Hutchins, when did Shyama get killed? That would make an interesting consequence of an Ever-Chosen's attack on Cathay. Very true. We don't know for sure. What little genuinely tiny lore we have suggests that she was killed a really long time ago, so you'd probably be looking at Old era. Definitely not
maybe even ancient.
Yeah, either old or ancient era. Because she is supposedly
Probably post Grand Cathay though.
Yeah, yeah.
So probably old or classical. You could even squeeze it into classical.
I feel like classical would be a stretch because the only
the earliest classical at 6th, I think you could almost squeeze it in.
Because like the earliest notes we have about her is that her siblings like barely remember her.
That's a long time though.
Which is but anyway, so we'll play around with it if we go to Cathay. That could be a very
good point.
David Whitfield, Morgan Thorg, Ogre Captain of the Chaos All-Stars. He led them to 2 Chaos Cup wins, Spike Magazine MVP, #1 with a bullet for EVERCHOSEN. That is I love the idea of their like trying to have a serious discussion about EVERCHOSEN. There's the Blood Bowl fans in the back being like, we got the stats. All right. I think we can call it. Let's YouTube that.
Okay, so over on YouTube, we shall end the poll with the classical winning with 32%. It was 33% 2 seconds before I clicked it. Old is second at 28%. Ancient at 25%. It's all really close, massively outnumbering modern with 13%. So we're looking definitely at classical, old, ancient. How about over on Twitch?
So Twitch went for old. So I think why don't we kind of split the difference and aim for early classical, late old. So kind of like 5th or 6th EVERCHOSEN.
Okay, that seems to be a pretty good shout to me. So we're probably looking at possibly around about 1,500 years before Sigmar up to. I mean, really, you don't want to have maybe up to about 1,000 years before Sigmar, around about there.
I would say, why don't we aim for post Great Bastion, post Fall of the Dwarven Empire? So, I would say let's aim for about like, I think that could work well. If we aim for like 15. Well, okay, so it comes down to, I guess the big question would be, do we want it to be post Nagash building Nagash Azar, or do we want it to be pre Nagash building Nagash Azar? Because that would have us either
again. What year is that? So
that would be 1500 is before Sigmar is pre Nagash Azar. 1350 before Sigmar is post Nagash Azar.
I mean, in terms of the impact that Nagash will have, which I don't think will be necessarily very high.
Unless we go to Nehekara.
Unless it's Nehekara, I suppose. I mean, Nehekara is. I would be less inclined with that unless you built a really good story, because they're pretty much the children of the gods. But then again, that's pretty much where we get our Empire one from.
Yeah, I think because if we want to go,
you do it post, it pretty much wipes out Nehekara as an option. So I think I would much rather have it slightly pre.
Okay, so let's aim for 1,500 years before Sigmar.
So about 2,000 to 1,500 years before Sigmar.
Okay.
In that sort of area. Yeah.
Yeah. So
that being the case, we're looking at what number?
So this would probably be EVERCHOSEN number
6. 5, 6.
I would say 3, 4. I would say 5.
5. I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
So we're making the 5th EVERCHOSEN. Now, before we decide where we're going from, we do have a question, and that is this 5th EVERCHOSEN. Born boy, born girl, or born something else? Boy, girl, or something else?
I actually also really liked the other suggestion in Amadeus's comment. I think child should be an option.
We can do that.
There's some weird in there.
I mean, that's kind of almost what happened with EVERCHOSEN number 13, 12, 10, 11, with the whole thing that was nonsense that happened around Mordheim.
Yeah, but he doesn't count. I don't care about him. He doesn't count.
Okay, so if we're doing a poll for this one, so we'll start this poll, and what we'll be saying, born as boy, girl, or something else.
Well, do we want to do born as, or do we want to do our EVERCHOSEN is man, woman, child, or other?
Sure.
That way we can kind of have child there as an option. Because if we do born as, then it's like...
I'm not entirely sure child doesn't fit with that because it's not really gender sex oriented at all. Because if you do child, then we have to ask the question again.
Okay, you know what? Fair. All right. We could do age later. All right. Other... All right, poll is up. Refresh your page if you need to. Go vote. And that lets us get caught up on EverChosen. And this one, I don't think there's anything we really need to add. This is just a matter of y'all's preference. Obviously, all the EverChosen we've ever had have been men. So there are definitely some different stories we could tell by going for the other two options. But you may be like, well, we only have like 2 or 3 that we really know anything about. So whatever. Because like Andy said, for all we know, Vandal, it's likely Vandal was a dude, but he might not have been. Because literally all we know is Vandal. Whoopee. that's as far as it goes. Hannibal, evening, chaps. Hope you're having a great day. I'd say we're doing pretty okay. This is actually a very good question. Are nearly EverChosen common? Like champions just getting the approval of 2 of the 4 gods or 3 of the 4 gods?
No. In fact, it's so not common that pretty much never appears. Pretty much anywhere. I mean, you get the occasional story of someone who attempts to do one or the other, but you find the vast majority of the various tribes folk that are attempting to gain the approval of one of the chaos gods go for the approval of one of the chaos gods because they know that if they try to go for the approval of more than one, they'll get killed by the other one. Or at least killed by the servants of the other one, which makes their chance of getting all of them, 1 of them, 2 of them to their side much lower. So the answer to this is broadly no.
Yeah, the thing that I would add is, generally speaking, the only time you tend to see kind of like what you might consider a near EverChosen is that when an EverChosen is about to happen, it kind of seems to stir up potential rivals. And you start to see like a lot of people reaching for it because they can almost feel it, like feel that something's about to go down. So you might have various individuals kind of come out of the woodwork. Because it's noted that like Lord Mortkin, for instance, was many of his followers or many followers of Chaos whispered, oh, Mortkin's going to be the next EverChosen. Now, Mortkin himself didn't seem to have any ambition to be EverChosen, but there was a lot of talk around the various tribes and stuff that Mortkin could be one of the individuals that might rise to EverChosen because so many of the like the seers and the wizards and stuff could sense there was an EverChosen coming. So there's a lot of politicking and scheming that has genuine political ramifications. But as far as like someone standing a realistic chance, probably not.
No, I mean, the nature of chaos makes this exceedingly unlikely. And it's worth noting also, the nature of chaos makes an EverChosen exceedingly unlikely, which is why we've had so few of them. But they do exist. But the idea that of gods banding together against others, their allegiances tend to be very short-lived, and it tends to be their followers banding together, not someone representing more than one god at once.
Looks Chris says the EverChosen needs to win a game of Dark Thieves before they get
at
the
least
crown.
One.
Yeah,
and provide a review.
Yeah, it would. I'm not gonna lie. There is something I love about the idea of there being a challenge that the EverChosen goes through where they play a genuine game, like a card game or something, to win a challenge.
Stones or some equivalent.
Yeah, you could actually. I think you could play around with that if you really wanted to be kind of cutesy about it. All right, we'll do one more super chat and then we're on to the end of the poll. Marathi, if they're from Nagaroth, have I slept with them? Certainly a possibility.
The answer is definitely there's definitely a chance of it.
it wouldn't be out of the realm of options. Well, I'll say that. All right.
So if I'm ending the poll over at this side, we have a very clear winner. It's not even close. Where women is so far ahead, it's barely worth considering.
Which chat did the exact same thing. So we have...
Okay, so we have got ourselves a female EverChosen. We have got a woman, somebody who is EverChosen for her individual choices. Where are we going to go next? We could go age if you want to decide whether it's a girl EverChosen rather than a woman EverChosen. If you would like to go down those lines, or whether you prefer to have some kick-ass women. Do note though that I'm not sure it makes a great deal of sense that someone young could ever be EverChosen. So I'm going to need you to justify it.
Let me cook. All right, chat, here's your option. This is going to get a little weird, but we're dealing with chaos, so it's going to get weird. Your first option is, we'll say, standard adult build. So, like, it's what you would expect of an Everchosen. Someone in their prime adult. Your second option is a crone. An old, haggard individual that has different kinds of strengths, but because they're Everchosen, probably still an absolute beat stick in combat. But someone that is on the much, much older spectrum than we tend to think when we think of Everchosens. Someone that has been working at this for many centuries. Where Archaon's been kicking around. I think Archaon was kicking around for like a good century and a half before he becomes Everchosen.
He was around for a while. Watch Lorehammer.
Yeah, so we could deal with someone that is much, much older. The third option, so when I say a child, don't think of it as they're literally like very, very young, but imagine someone that due to mutation or curse or something is a perpetual child, is always a child. And how that might alter the way they express themselves as a champion of the dark gods. Because you might think a child isn't scary, and I would say, bitch, go read Night's Dark Masters and check out the Necrot character. She is terrifying. She's just a little girl, but
it's a vampire staple.
Yeah, she is super spooky. So I think that gives us three interesting options.
I think we should have a fourth.
Oh, go ahead.
And that is ageless, as in they're not necessarily an adult, they're not necessarily a crone. They have just been going on and on like many champions of chaos do. They're now beneath their chaos armor. Who knows what they are or are not? They are an ageless character. So loosely speaking, just to make sure that you get the idea, we're going for someone who is an adult within their first 100 years of experience and has carved out their experience in this time. A crone, someone who's been going for centuries, very possibly a magic user, who is rising up and taking the title of Everchosen and near the end of their natural life. Next will be appearing like a child due to mutation or whatever else. They are an eternal child, and all of the awkwardness that might bring if you were making an anime of it. And then we move to ageless, someone who is of indeterminate age. You could never tell. They're a freaking chaos champion after all, but they have been going potentially for centuries, attempting to carve out their position amongst the tribes of chaos.
I'm actually 200 years old.
Indeed.
It's totally fine.
It's totally fine. Just because I look like I'm 15, I'm not. Yeah.
I will make this clear. I will make this very clear. If we go with the child option, which I think could make for a very interesting story and very terrifying individual, we are not going down that route.
No way at all. So, if you choose child, oh God, I hope it isn't going to meme itself out. But nevertheless, that is your options. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Vote.
Yeah. If you want the Marathi option, don't go down the child route.
Oh God, no.
We're gonna be saying
we're just gonna nix it because we don't need to be telling that story.
Korinchima, hypothetically, can the Ever Queen become Everchosen? I mean, it'd be
by the rules that we've set up here, no, because we're going with human only in this one. And by the rules of most of the examples of what the Everchosens are, almost certainly not. And I'm going to actually say, hypothetically, no, because she is possessed by another goddess. It literally couldn't happen, unless it could. And if it could, then holy shit, that would be awful. So the bigger question is, could the Ever Queen fall to chaos? And the answer is yes. And then you'd be left with, would it ever become Everchosen? I think the answer is probably no. Because the 4 great chaos powers would squabble. They would never let all of them claim it. It would be a mess.
Yeah, unless you're the writer that came up with the Everchosen or Everchild, and you say, well, I mean, she's already got Ever in the name, so I mean,
that could make for a super fun Everchosen, the Everchild.
Donoman, my suggestion: Cathayan, dragon-blooded Everchosen, who terrorizes the Far East, and is the reason why the Isles of Elithis became lost. Feel free to use anything from my post on the Lorebeards channel on the subject. This is where my name is getting there. Getting, I saw your what I can only assume was extremely late night and or feverish writings with incredible amounts of map details. Kudos to you. You got a lot of work done. Hopefully, you were having a responsible sleep schedule. Darius Rose, perhaps we could do with the great migration period of the 4th century with the tribes of the 3 Empire and Bretonia migrating and attacking the classical realms to flee this Everchosen. So I think we would have needed to be very solidly classical era and leaning towards modern for that. So we're a little too early for that, but that is definitely a time when Everchosen I think would have made a lot of sense.
Yeah, I agree.
Jack Flanagan, Andy and Sotek. It's where I have the pleasure of catching you guys live. I've been rewatching your older episodes to inspire my current playthrough of The Enemy Within. You two are amazing. Well, thank you. Hopefully you're having fun with it.
Thanks, Jack. I do hope you're enjoying the game because we're enjoying it immensely over in Lorehammer. It's proper crazy. And if you are caught up to date with where we are, holy crap, this Friday is going to be enjoyable.
Yeah, I am very much looking forward.
Holy crap, it's going to be enjoyable after what just happened. Oh,
John, man, if it's around minus 1500 of the Imperial calendar, that means it's at the same time as the Dark Elf invasion of Ulthuans. That means they are preoccupied, so cannot patrol the seas as effectively, which could make the Everchosen's invasion more potent. Very true.
I was thinking almost exactly that. We're at a time when the Dark Elves are currently at war. We're at a time when some of those Dark Elves are going to wash up on the shores of Araby and then into what will become the Land of the Dead later. They are touring the world, but they are not patrolling the north in the same way. We could also even twist that story slightly and play with the classic Malekith makes deal with chaos thing. Because he's done it before in the future. There's no reason that this wouldn't be the first example of him deciding to do something similar in the past. Now, it wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't be literally joining forces with him to take Ulthuan because he thinks he can do it himself. But it could be the precursor of, you know what? We're attacking this way. You attack over there, which would suggest that this Everchosen, if you took that route, wouldn't be coming down through Nagaroth.
Mm-hmm. Darius Rose, the Everchosen is going to be Rhea Ripley. I don't know who that is.
Wrestler.
Okay, there we go. And we are coming up on time, so hurry up and get your votes in. I'll do one more. Jack Flanagan, going off of Hannibal's question, could the Great Kurgan be a near Everchosen? After all, he's a mighty Lord of Chaos blessed by all 4 powers. I'd say that you could make that a reasonable argument.
You could even make it an argument that Kurgan was Everchosen. I mean, it wouldn't be a huge stretch to try and make that happen, but I don't think I would choose that story.
Yeah, you could do that, but I agree. I would want to have him in his own fun little thing because I like it as his own fun little thing. All right, too. That is time.
Alrighty, let's have a quick look. We have a very clear winner over on YouTube. What about over on Twitch?
Twitch, we basically have a tie between Aged Crone and Perpetual Child.
Interesting. Over on YouTube, massively Crone with the mighty 36%. Adult coming in at 28%. Child's last at 14%. So a huge chunk over towards Crone. We have got an old, wizened woman as our Everchosen. I love it. We don't have ageism in our Lorebeards streams. We don't say we won't be casting the elderly women. No, they are our core point of interest.
Yeah, we got to represent Andy's
old woman.
Guys.
Pardon? Did you say my age group?
I didn't say anything. So we've got our vaguely.
I'm going to tell Lindsay you called her a crone.
Sorry guys. There's not going to be a VOD for this one.
On his brow.
There's going to be no VOD. There won't be a podcast version of this one. I'm sorry if you missed it live. You missed it. But so we're dealing with a much older Everchosen, which is really exciting. Because that's something that Warhammer is really bad about leaving behind is characters that, I love the Lich Priests of Nehekara because they're the really horrible form of immortality. That concept of not having eternal youth, but living for a long time. So us taking that idea now and exploring, and who knows, maybe she could be related somehow to the Lich Priest. That's something we'll talk about when we decide where she's from. But we are dealing with an old woman, very old.
We're dealing with someone who's really old. We're not necessarily dealing with someone who is hag-like from, say, Kislev, but we're not necessarily not dealing with that. We're just dealing with someone who is in the latter stage of her life. So if we're talking standard human lifespan, someone who is either How close was those to become EVERCHOSEN then? Yeah. Quite. So we're looking at someone who's probably in their 60s up to their whatevers, and that doesn't necessarily mean their actual age. What this represents is how they appear. So it's either somebody who may appear at certain lights relatively young, but is much older when you see her up close, or alternatively, someone who's just proper old and crone-like and wizened and bent. So that's the general area we're looking at, and we can pin it down once we start getting our story into place.
Yep. So I think the next place that we can go, now that we kind of have an age, we have this elderly woman, is figuring out where she's coming from. Because we actually have some really interesting options. There are a couple of big human empires kicking around right now. So I think the big things, so we have 4 options that we can narrow it down to. I think the 2 really obvious ones that we have are Grand Cathay and Nehekara, because they're both fairly strong at this point. The Great
Grand Cathay at this point is now Grand Cathay, just so that we all have it clearly. And it is very much at its point of the Great Expansion, where it's consolidating its furthest outward borders that will have at its later date. It's gone from being the smaller Cathay that it was before into Grand Cathay, where it absolutely is everything that you would expect it to be, although in a more, let's say, earlier state than it would have later.
Yep. And something that's really interesting to keep in mind is this is also the time period, this minus 1500 ballpark we're in. This is the time period when the Great Earthquake is unleashed that cracks the Great Bastion. It tears it off, and that could be part of our story. So that's something to keep in mind. But so we have her, and remember, this is where she's coming from, not where she's attacking, which are 2 different things. So we have Nehekara, so kind of think Nehekara Southlands ballpark. We have Grand Cathay. I think another good option, of course, is like the Northern Wastes, Eastern Steppe kind of ballpark, because we know there's a shitload of humans up there these days, because they haven't yet
checking our Grand Cathay time, not Grand Cathay, I mean Nehekara timeline, just double checking here. We are in a state of, let's say, dishevelment with their various dynasties.
Yeah, Alcatazar the Conqueror has not risen yet.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're dealing with dynasties rising and falling after the treachery of Nagash. So yeah, his bones have been cast out.
Interestingly, if you go with Nehekara, keep in mind the vampires have not been kicked out of Lamia yet.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Lamia is still a vampire hellhole.
In fact, the Elixir of Life has just been recreated if we're going at 1500. Okay, so they have just started to become vampires there. So that could be something that we tie into the story. So we're looking at, in terms of Nehekara, the timeline where the vampires have just been recreated and great wars are not really happening down there, but it could make for an interesting set of characters that come from that particular potential area.
Yeah. So think about like potential story beats of, we have Neferata has become the first vampire. The vampires are rising, coming into existence, and they're doing the things that they do in Lamia. That could lead to some ugly circumstances that might create a potential EVERCHOSEN type character.
Okay, cool. So Grand Cathay, Nehekara, we're next. You thinking Northern Tribes?
Yeah, so Northern Tribes, which essentially is your Northern Chaos Waste, your Eastern Steppes, because during this time, there were a shitload of humans living in the Eastern Steppes. They hadn't been chased out yet.
And I know that this is almost certain to be the last option. So this is the one that might score like 17% as it currently stands. Okay, that wouldn't surprise me, but I will make a small, at least pitch for it, at least so that it has an option. And that is that if we do this, we could make it say a Teutogen. Okay, because the Teutogens of the Empire, the founders of Middenheim, haven't happened yet. And that they are still in the north and they are still potentially worshipping chaos at this point. We could have it be a Gospodar, the pre-ice witches that come from there. So if you're going with a northern tribesman, you could very easily be going with a proto-empire, proto-Kislev, perhaps even proto-Bretonia, proto-somewhere else type figure. We could have ourselves one of the first Teutogen kings who would be striking down from the north, Teutogen queens in this particular case, striking down from the north. And that could be a super cool story as well. So we don't just need to relegate this to it's the Hung or it's the, indeed, we could just go through all the various chaos tribes in the north, one of those, whether it's even the Norse, perhaps. The Norse are not a northern tribe at the moment. At this point, the Norse inhabit the current place of the Empire, along with the Belfani tribe. So we would
Norse are
not
going,
have Norse.
Wow, it's so nice and temperate here. Good thing we don't live up in the
That's
hell of North.
Okay, so we wouldn't be having Norse, but we could very well have something like a Teutogan warrior queen. Okay, that would be pretty awesome. So I'm making a pitch that Northern Tribes is not necessarily the dull option, because we could make a Teutogan that's completely unexpected. A Teutogan, pardon me, a EVERCHOSEN that's completely unexpected, in that it could have its roots through to, for example, the story of Middenheim. Because after all, eventually that tribe comes down to Middenheim and claims it, and Middenheim becomes the core component of bringing the world to the end with EVERCHOSEN number 13. So we could even build a cool story around that. So what's the fourth option going to be?
I think the fourth option that I've seen suggested a lot in chat that I agree could be really interesting, because they're well established at this point, would be somewhere the slaves of Nagaroth.
Nagaroth, interesting.
Yeah, someone rises up in the new world. And we don't really have any humans in Lustria that yet we know of.
I don't think that's a good idea, because that would be Northern Tribesmen. Yeah, because most of their slaves come from the humans that they traffic from the north, and ultimately it'd just be a different Northern Tribesman tale. We can tell the Dark Elf tale with Northern Tribes as an option. So I would instead say, if you want that, choose Northern Tribes.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. If you want that,
choose
Northern Tribes, and then we'll subdivide it.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, okay, so...
Is there another human empire at the time? We've got the Tribes of the North. We've got, I mean, there are others, because we know we have Nipponese, and we know we have, but we don't have enough detail about those to make it, I think, a good option for us to do here, because we'd have to make up more.
Someone suggested earlier, Albion.
Albion's a nice obvious choice. It had ancient peoples in the place. We've got Belfani tribes, folk who live there. We've got lots of ancient folk. That works really nicely. Plus, we do know Be'lakor has a lot of connection to the place. So that gives us the four options being Grand Cathay and possibly dragon-blooded, Nehekaran, possibly related to vampires in some way, Northern Tribes, which could be Dark Elf slave stories, or it could be stories about the proto-tribes folk that would eventually form things like the Empire, Pretoria et al. Later, and then Albion, the ancient blooded humans who have been pretty much underneath the Old One's fingertips since day one. Yeah. We're very much the Old One route.
And chat, I do hear y'all. If you go for the Nehekara option, we will have subdivide between like Araby, Nehekara proper, or the Southlands. Like we'll subdivide.
I think we might end up subdividing most of it, because Northern Tribes has tons of options as well, as there's potentially Grand Cathay as well.
Yeah, so regardless of which option you choose, we're going to subdivide, so don't worry about
whatever you do, we're going to get more. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's start the poll.
Cool.
Okay,
and then
it's now live over on YouTube. Let's get slip through some super chats.
Yep, so we left off with here. The Predator rule said others voted women to change the mold. I voted women for a Dami Mommy. Well, hey, you know, it's important to know what you need in your life. And we did indeed get a dominant mother figure who will get your ass in line. Worry not. She might not be quite what you had in mind with that sentence, but maybe you're into older women. I don't know. Aliflux, fallen hag corrupting the spirits, maybe explaining the lack of wood elves abroad. So this would be, I think this would probably be debatably before the rise of the Ungles as we kind of know them in the modern hags.
Oh, definitely.
So that would not be the era we're in.
I mean, you could argue that the Ungles had hags at this point, but given the loose nature of how the hags have been changed by Total War, I think the answer to this is probably they might not have. But equally, the answer could be the Ungles have always had them since day one. But because it's uncertain, that's a tough question to be.
Now, what I will say is if you really want to, I would probably vote for either Albion or Northern Tribe. And what we could have a discussion about is potentially that the invasion route goes to Kislev, and maybe this is how we get the Ancient Widow. Maybe this EVERCHOSEN is what kicks whatever that was into motion. Obviously,
just going to say 17% for Northern Tribes was far too much of a
far too generous.
Much lower.
They were like, "How dare you call us basic?"
It's pretty close between Grand Cathay and Nehekara at the moment over on YouTube.
That's what I figured it would be. 10,000 ants. Could an intelligent chaos dragon become EVERCHOSEN? Within the context of this stream, no. within the Warhammer world itself, unlikely. But
I think
is it
no.
possible?
Yeah, I think no. I just no. Not the way EverChosen's work.
Yeah, the thing about EverChosen is you always want to think of them more as a figure that's supposed to be a willful uniter, as opposed to Age of Sigmar, bringer of the apocalypse. I am the biggest thing on the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely.
The vast majority of EverChosens, the EverChosen themselves, is genuinely not the biggest threat. They are not the scariest thing on the battlefield. It's the fact that they are able to wield Chaos Undivided as a weapon, this impossible horde with all of its various strengths. That's the threat of the EverChosen.
I would go even further and say that the Chaos Gods themselves wouldn't want to empower such an individual, because they made that mistake before. Be'lakor. And Be'lakor almost rose to challenge them. So, yeah, they don't want that to happen. They're not going to empower something that could ever challenge them. They're going to empower someone that can't challenge them. So it's one of the reasons why humanity is such a brilliant tool.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, I think you could actually make a pretty curious argument about it would be nearly impossible to find a dragon willing. Most of the dragons we know that serve chaos do so because they're literally batshit insane, or they were like created by Galrach, or like had a chaos dragon type father. But like most dragons that serve chaos are a lot of bit off,
and often don't want to anyway. So yeah, anyway, we're meant to be zooming through these super chats.
Elemental, would a dragonborn princess fit the ageless category? Yes.
Yeah, we can make that work.
Yes. However, we ended up going for the Crone option, but that can still work for a Shukagen if we go the Grand Cathay route. Shukagen's age, so that could still be something we explore. Mornington Crescent, I like the idea of someone setting out to defy Be'lakor as their father again and again, and wants to destroy the world to destroy his chance of final ascension. That is a potential story. Someone that's doing it out of spite for Be'lakor, which would be a very clever way for him to manipulate them, which is something very much that he would do. Holy Artist. So we got Grandma ready to kick ass and chew bubblegum, but no bubblegum left. That is where we're ending up. Listener Chris, Grandma bringing out the flaming rolling pin. She's picking. She pulls her sandal off her foot. Quizzer Thomas, maybe an incredibly old Shukagen matriarch, maybe Shiama's or another of the Dragon Children's direct child. That is a very.
I think that's very likely, given the current vote over on YouTube. We've got 145 you voted already. There's a good 100 or so. There's more than 100 or so left who could also vote. So you could swing it in a different direction, but as it currently stands, Grand Cathay is far ahead.
Yeah, I am, and I'll let you know that Twitch went Nehekara. So if you're on Team Nehekara, get your votes in quick, and maybe you can make it close enough to change things.
How close was it over there?
It was 48% Nehekara, 33% Grand Cathay.
That's high. That's high. As it currently stands, we're sitting at 39-29 for Grand Cathay and Nehekara, with Grand Cathay
so I'll give you all
significantly ahead.
I will give you all one more super chat, but if you want Nehekara, you better vote for it now. World 777, a little bit off topic, and it's more of a question for Andy. Have you ever read the books of Malazan? It's probably the most complex, amazing fantasy world ever created, after Warhammer, of course.
Yes, I have. I don't think it's the most complex fantasy world ever created, but I do think they're pretty goddamn good.
Also, I will rather snidely and amusingly remark, I don't think Warhammer is that complicated. I think it's convoluted, which is slightly different.
Convoluted, do you mean?
Yeah. Oh, totally. Yes.
Okay, so I was about to end up. No, go with that one first.
Oh, sure. Darius Rose, have the blind. Can we have a blind crone with no eye sockets that steals the eyes of other people and has them above her like a wicked, grotesque apple tree? Ugh. Each eye has the memories and abilities of each person slain. That came out of nowhere, but sure, that's a potential route.
You rock! That's horrendous. I'm ending the poll. Grand Cathay has easily won it over on YouTube with 39%, not as high as the percentage on Twitch, but there is far more voting. Nehekara comes second, 11% behind. Albion and Northern Tribes equally distant behind that.
All right, yeah, I don't think that's even remotely close then. So we're going to Grand Cathay.
Grand Cathay, okay. I think then we have one clear question. Dragon-blooded or not?
Yeah, I'd agree.
I mean, there's so many other things to potentially consider, but this is a big one for Grand Cathay. And I think you're all going to say Dragon-blooded automatically. So I
would say you should make an argument why they shouldn't.
Exactly. So I'm going to make the pitch that you shouldn't. And I don't think I'm going to have much success here, but I'm nevertheless going to try. And I'm going to suggest that...
Even though I can tell there's a part of Andy going, that would be pretty sick.
It would be pretty sick. Okay, but if you're looking to build a story about someone who is just really jealous and really upset, we can get some really good stories about hating the dragons that do not require dragon-blooded. Indeed, the exact opposite might make someone who strives all the harder to fight against what is considered to be the purity of the dragon blood. In some respects, I'd almost say it's better not doing it because the dragon-blooded nature suggests that none of them probably would fall to chaos in the same way. Having said that, though, I can make a story on the other side too. Have you got a really good one for why to make it not dragon-blooded? Because I just have this horrible feeling it's going to be.
If you're leaning, because I know there are people like this in chat, if you're leaning towards the story of you want a story of humanity resisting the oppression of the dragons, of humanity's nature rebelling against the dragons, quite literally crushing them under their view of how the world should be, then you do not want a Shukengun.
In fact, this could be the a huge chunk of the Cathayans rising in rebellion against the dragons. And I think that will almost certainly be the story if you say, no, not dragon-blooded. But if you say they are dragon-blooded, it's not going to be that story. It's going to be a story of fleeing, getting away from the dragons, and being separated from them and potentially coming back to Cathay afterwards. But if you're looking for the big rebellion story of Cathay, go for not dragon-blooded.
Yeah, if you want a family drama, you want a Shukengun. If you don't want it to be family drama, you do not want a Shukengun.
Yeah, if you want it to be a Cathayan civil war, not Shukengun.
Yeah. All right. Poll is up. If you want it to not be Horus, you don't want a Shukengun.
Yeah, totally. We didn't immediately get 100% yes, so I'm a little surprised. Let's see how it goes.
Predator Rule 75, a crone dummy mummy is still an option. Never forget. Hey, like I said, I'm not judging or assuming anything. Elementor.
Hey, the votes are not what I expected on YouTube.
Was a chaos.
No, she was already a leader of Westermark over in the Empire. So sorry, that position's already been taken.
Yeah, if anything, she's worse. Because she can't blame chaos for all that. The Black Dracula, Earth Mother type sorceress, a la Gaia/Tiamat, that allies with the giants and titans to cast out the younger gods. For the Albion storyline, that would have been bitchin'.
Yeah, that would have been bitchin'. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a very cool concept for an Albion storyline. Yeah, very, very much so. I think for a Cathay storyline, probably not as much. Though, if we end up going with a non-Shukengun, there may be a way to kind of twist this a little bit into that. But we'll get into that if that's in which I'll go. Sotek, give me a Shukengun EVERCHOSEN. My life is yours. Well, you better vote.
You better vote hard over on YouTube because at the moment it ain't going to be happening.
Predator rules. Warrior Queen equals dummy mommy. Never forget. Predator rules. We believe you. You've been very reinforcing on this point. We believe you. Don't worry. No one's doubting you.
Wow.
Dynaman, I just realized this EVERCHOSEN is the Warhammer version of the demon Nana from the Mighty Boosh. I don't know what that is.
I've never watched the Mighty Boosh, which is something that still surprised me because it seems like it'd be completely up my street.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is. I apologize. EVERCHOSEN Bloody Mary, Queen of Snots. It's Queen of Snots. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. 10,000 ants. Where did Dorger come from and what is he? So Dorger, very brief, Dorger is a demon. He is a shape-shifting demon that is known as the Steed of the Apocalypse. And as for where he came from, kind of like with all demons, especially when you're dealing with like a kind of undivided, vague creature, but Be'lakor dubs him in the prophecy as the Steed of the Apocalypse. So Be'lakor foresaw a great need and potential for Dorgar, for Archaon to ride it into battle. Though, to be fair, Archaon in fantasy is a little unimaginative with his shape-shifting demon creature by making it just be a big horse instead of I don't know, I think Age of Sigmar had a much more interesting take with the three-headed chimeric entity, but who am I to say? Yeah, other than that, it's kind of a mystery. There's a story you could tell there about why it has that name. Where did it come from? Why does Agramon, the demon prince, have it within his stables? There's a story, but we don't know what it is. Dorgar's just kind of there.
And just as we take this brief pause, I would like to say thank you, an enormous thank you to everyone who's put a review up for Dark Deeds over on Board Game Geek, because if you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, I asked for everyone who's bought the game to go and do so if you possibly could. I posted a link, and hopefully Hawk has indeed just posted that over on Twitch as well. So you're on Twitch, that link is up. I'll pop it up for everyone else as well. I'm not actually prepared for that. But if you've bought the game, do please pop over to Board Game Geek and give us a quick review. At the moment, we've got 8 in, and if we can get 50 reviews in by this time next week, that'd be amazing, because we're intending on doing a big advert for the game, and we're going to be doing quotations of different reviews in there. So if you'd like to get your name on our big advert, then please do post a review. Now I'm going to go get a link for you. For those of you on YouTube.
Currently at a rest stop in a little road trip. Let this Everchosen kidnap a brood mother and Skaven slays and craft an army of rats worshipping the Big Four. That's very
our timing isn't best for it though, because we're kind of
the Skaven aren't super crazy relevant at this part of the timeline. They haven't split up yet. They're all in Skaven blight. So unfortunately, the Skaven aren't relevant to the time we ended up going with.
Thanks, Hawk, by the way, for posting over on YouTube.
So thank you, Captain. Unfortunately, that is not a viable option for this Everchosen. Gaston, I don't know why, but I like the idea of an Everchosen who plays more strategy games than smashes skulls. Well, there's a lot to be said about a villain that's clever and tactical as opposed to run forward, smash.
I mean, Gaston, I agree, but you've got to get Khorne on side.
Yeah, you do have to have.
This isn't one of those. This isn't like when we were building up the various versions of the Tamarkan brothers, where we could build almost anything and make it work. Here, we've got to have someone that not only can impress Khorne, but can beat living shit out of all the other potential candidates that might be coming forward. This has to be someone that impresses all 4 Chaos Powers to the point that they will put aside their differences and say, yes, this is the one. That being
said, it could be someone that favors more strategic strategies over Bash.
But I think a core component of this character has to be their capability in combat. Absolutely has to be, whether we wish that to be the case or not. Now, how that manifests, well, it could be lots of different ways.
Yeah. Keep in mind, if you're voting, that you've got about 1 or 2 more super chats left. Kobo, the idea of an ancient, decrepit Shukagun matriarch becoming an Everchosen of Chaos goes unbelievably hard. It does. Undeniably, it does. It's a not difficult story to imagine.
Yeah, I can totally see that one. Although it must be said, if you want that story, you're going to have to change your vote if you're on YouTube just now, because at the moment, Node's winning by an enormous amount.
Dinoman, other point. How dragon-blooded? Are they first generation directed kids with dragons or more diluted? Well, if you vote for Sugargun, we'll figure that out. If you don't, then we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about it. It looks like we're heading towards a gigantic civil war as it currently stands over in Cathay.
If we went non-dragon-blooded, I'm posting this before the poll, will likely be read afterwards. It could be kind of like the typing rebellion IRL. Basically, a guy claimed to be the brother of Jesus and caused one of the deadliest conflicts in human history. 20 to 30 million people died, more than World War I. Oof, that's a lot. that is a lot. But don't worry, we'll play around with some ideas. And that's Twitch chat was super not helpful. They went pure 50-50.
Over on YouTube, 72% said nope, not dragon-blooded. So that's heavy no over on YouTube. So we have got ourselves a non-dragon-blooded Cathayan. So we are looking for effectively civil war. we have got a group that rise up against the dragon, and a lot of what the story is going to be here is going to be about the Cathayan people effectively marshalling against the dragons. So a group that marshal with and a group that marshal against, and what ultimately turns to the great story of chaos trying to eat Cathay from within. But we also have to figure out how to pull in all of the northern tribes as well, and the great attack they're going to have to go with.
I've got ideas stirring.
Okay, loving it.
So something that I really, really like about this is that because of the time period we're in, 1500 years before. One of the things that's really interesting that we kind of talked about a little bit earlier is that Cathay has relatively recently become fully unified. Cathay, like the Great Bastion, has only been completed for like 200 years.
Yeah, it's new.
And Cathay is being solidified as a concept. But one of the things we talked about, if you go watch our number of old Cathay streams, is that there's an interesting conflict introduced here, which is that the dragons suppress many aspects of human nature in the name of achieving harmony. And that includes things like going to these cultures and saying, you may not keep your gods. You may not revere spirits. You may acknowledge and revere your ancestors. You may acknowledge and revere the dragons, but you are not allowed to worship. We forbid it. That the dragons are taking people to become their concubines, their mates, which some of them, like we know Zhao Ming's a little more human than some of his siblings, but the other ones are not so much. And there's a lot to say that it might not be an entirely pleasant experience.
Yeah, totally.
There are some deeply horrific aspects of Cathay that are existing in the background of the Onyx Crowmen, which are these horrifying elemental creatures of yin magic that are so embodied in shadow and stealth that you can't consciously look at them, constantly spying on people, and people that are going against the grain just disappearing. They just vanish. And your community is being aware that you either get with the program or the nail that's sticking up is about to get hammered.
Okay, so I think there's an obvious story that we could at least start with here. And that's that possibly this is a lover of one of the dragons, not dragon-blooded herself, one of the lovers of the dragons who gets to see firsthand what happens to her children. Her children who become great lieutenants in the wars of the dragons, often killing their own people, suppressing their own people in a fashion that absolutely breaks the spirit of this individual. And I don't mean breaks them and makes them go, oh no, I mean literally makes them look at what the dragons are doing and goes, this is wrong, because you often find that some of the most common converts to chaos are those who are revolutionaries in one fashion or another. They are seeking change, which is ultimately at the root of what Tzeentch is, change. And what the dragons are doing from their perspective is potentially awful. And we could get ourselves a very clear potential leader here, someone who has spoken to the dragons directly, knows the dragons, knows their court, knows everything about them, and eventually leaves to go and do her own thing. And will, assuming that our story progresses on here, effectively go against her own children.
Okay, so that's a super exciting story. So we have former lover option. I think another option could be a remnant of the old culture. Someone that was perhaps a priestess or had like a high standing, in that she was very close with like the spirits of the land, the nature of her people's relationship with the gods, and the dragons come in burning and crushing everything, literally taking the cultural identity of the various groups around Cathay and squeezing it with an iron fist until there is only the dragons. Of seeing how these spirits, it would have been ugly. There would have been people who wouldn't conform being killed. There would have been these spirits being hunted or trapped or contained, and there would have been ramifications to that. Of like, imagine having like a temple you've dedicated your life to, your family's dedicated your life to. It goes back as far as you can remember ancestral wise. And then these authority figures come in and say, we're going to burn all of this. this is not welcome. We're going to take all your tapestries. We're going to burn them. We're going to tear down your temples. We're going to make it look like it never existed because worship is not allowed.
Cool. Okay, so number one,
suppression.
Dragon Lover. Number two, Old Cathayan. Let's go with number three being something along the lines of frontline soldier. Someone who is on the front lines of the Cathayan expansion, the helping the building of the Bastion and the great wars against chaos that led to the Bastion having to exist in the first place. And then realizing the truth of what she fought for, and not because she was a dragon lover or anything else, just seeing the people and the persecution of the people that comes about underneath the dragon's rule until the great harmony of Cathay is put into place. So the eradication of the old by the dragons as they form Grand Cathay into what it will become. So loosely, we're looking at somebody who is a character that was at one point a loyal soldier in the army, but the scales have been lifted from her eyes and she realizes that what she's fighting for is not what she thought.
I think those are three really solid options.
Anything else that we think we should go for? If anyone's got another idea for a 4, you have about 10 seconds to get it into the chat. If you don't give it to us within the next 10 seconds, we're going with the 3 that we have.
Yeah,
so,
and
quickly
I'll go ahead and grab 2 super chats real quick just to give you all a second.
Sounds like good.
I know there's a bit of a delay. Hutchins, the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Yeah, yep. There's quite a history you can pull from. Inquisitor Thomas, I doubt the Predator rules 75 devotion to Tommy Mommies. Why? Inquisitor Thomas, why would you say such hurtful things? The man has been so communicative about his desires. How could you doubt him? And then last, does this character cast by nagging at the young people?
Not necessarily. I mean, that's such a stereotype that I think we should probably try to either support or avoid. So having a quick look down through most of the options that we're having put in chat, most of them are involving stories that we've already got to a degree. For example, a priest that lost their shrine that's brought up by Matt there. That could very easily just be the Old Cathayan. So if you want that option, go with Old Cathayan. Quite a few people asking about the Monkey King. We can deal with the Monkey King a little bit later. A matriarch of a prominent noble family, for example, says Inquisitor Thomas. And again, that's very much Old Cathayan if you want that, or alternatively, soldier if you'd like it to go in that direction.
Fall under either of those storylines.
Yeah, totally. So we're not really getting a unique, different idea really popping up in any of these. So I think I'm quite happy with the 3 we have, unless Sotek's got a new idea that jumps up.
I say let's fire it.
Okay, I'd say let's fire it too. So with that in case, let's start that poll. So that's our 3 options of dragon lover. So somebody who has been a lover of the dragons, knows them intimately, quite literally, and has decided to rebel against them and what happens with her children, and thus rebel against her children. We possibly have a couple of her children who go with her, or Old Cathayan, the Old Cathayan culture that has been taken over by the dragons, or at least, you got to remember that the core of Cathay was ruled by the dragons almost from the beginning. So we're probably talking about one of the other human cultures around that core that became Grand Cathay, and their culture gets taken over by the dragons. Or alternatively, your more Mulan-esque young soldier who decides to turn against her original masters.
Yeah, and I will say so, like, if you want it to be more personal with the dragon characters we know, you probably want the former lover option. If you want it more about, like, the human nature of, like, what the dragons are suppressing, you probably want more of the second option. And if you want more of, like, a human whose story was very pro-Cathay but becomes very anti-Cathay, then you want the third option by seeing, like, the horrors of what Cathay is doing and, like, the ramifications of many of their things. And hell, if you want to have fun with that one, you can even tie it into, like, when we did our Wolf God stream of, like, seeing how, like, a culture is being actively, like, cut because the bastion's been built and it's cutting off the winds, and all this other stuff. So think about that while we get through some super chat. Quebec Prime. Quebec Prime says, we got 20 years of Warhammer family drama. We want the uncorrupted, indebtable. I don't know if that's a word.
Perhaps undebtable. I'm not sure. Quebec Prime.
Unsuppressible. We'll go with that. Human will. I think that's what you were going for. David Whitfield. Suggest name Dowager Zoo, Floral Death Sun. His envious wife and mother of Dragonborn who murdered her way up the ranks, serving all the chaos powers in turn and thus winning their favor. So when you're dealing with it, so this is a fun idea for a chaos corrupted character. I don't think it necessarily works as well for an Everchosen because Everchosen have to go out and gather a lot of force. An Everchosen cannot be subtle. Subtlety is not something they're able to do because they have to go get the loud approval of not only the 4 powers, but all the tribes and beastmen and demons. Word about them has to get out. So they can't really be the murdering their way up the ranks, working from within the system type character. It doesn't work for that, I would say. Alan Flux submitting Eartha Kit for the VA here. Check out Snuff Out the Light. It was cut for Empress New Groove. I adore her.
Yeah,
she was amazing.
Eartha Kit's great. She's not exactly appropriate for a Cathayan voice over, but nevertheless, Eartha Kit's just freaking great regardless.
Yeah, she is amazing. She is absolutely fantastic. And then Luigi Super, an idea, do an Everchosen based on Zheng Zhu. I probably butchered that. Plans to use the end of the world to create what he thinks is a utopia, his own version of AOS. So I don't know who that is off the top of my head, but seeing as it's a he, we would have to make it into a she to fit our character. And depending on what option we go, that might be like a potential motive we could consider, though we'll see. Daniel Palakios, it would be cool if this Everchosen was a tiger beast man. It would be in the motif that tiger and Eastern dragons are mortal rivals in a lot of Eastern myth. Yes, but unfortunately for the sake of this stream, we're going purely it has to be human for the sake of this stream. We'll definitely approach non-human Everchosens or just characters in general in the future because these Creata ones are really fun for us and seem to be very fun for y'all. And we've come up with some really fun things. So this is something we might mess with in the future. That being said, I don't think it would have to be if I was going to explore the Tiger Beastmen versus the Cathayan Dragons, especially if that takes from a lot of that mortal rivalries in Eastern myth, I would probably leave Chaos out of it. I don't think you need to introduce Chaos into that dynamic. If anything, Chaos takes away from that dynamic. Let it be that they oppose each other on genuine lines that are not being influenced by the Dark Gods. Because that's fine. Like, we all like our elves versus dwarves or Bretonia versus the Empire and stuff. You don't always have to have Chaos brought into it. Marcus, really happy to catch this live. You two rock! Are you planning to tackle any Beastman topics soon?
We did Morgar very recently.
Yeah, Morgar was not that long ago, so probably not anything super soon. But at some point, absolutely.
Yes, definitely. But we have covered the Beastmen relatively recently.
Yeah, and we've also done Malagor as well.
We did.
Yeah, so we have a couple of good Beastmen ones. Hoplite, I've seen the comments in the Dark Elf streams. A Slanesh heavy crone Everchosen is drawing many human warriors to her army with ease. True, but Everchosen gotta keep things balanced. Everchosen keeping that balance is a core aspect of their nature. Especially when we're dealing with more of a crone figure, I would love to see her express Slanesh in a different way than when we do Lorebeards, I really like to get away from the things we've seen a bunch.
We tend to avoid stereotypes where we possibly can.
Yeah, so this is something you could absolutely do, but it's something that I would probably dodge because I want to try and find something different. And I think we can say with that, time.
All right, so if it's time, we got a very obvious winner over on YouTube. How about Twitch?
You go first.
43% says Old Cathayan over on YouTube. That quite significantly beating out the alternatives.
That genuinely surprises me. I wasn't expecting it to be that heavy. I was too busy yapping and missed what Twitch voted for, so I'm asking them if anyone noticed. So hopefully one of okay, they also voted Old Cathayan. Great. Thank you.
Excellent. Good to know. So, Old Cathaean. So, we're looking for a story of rebellion. We're looking at probably a woman who in her youth was outside of the control of Grand Cathay, and Grand Cathay arrived during her lifetime, and she watched over the course of potentially many years her people be suppressed, her people be completely dominated, her cultures, her customs be destroyed and replaced by what is now the new Grand Cathaean harmony. And it's something that she never accepted for whatever reasons we decide to choose. It could just simply be she liked the way of life she had, she doesn't like what the dragons brought, or we can bring more to the story if we wish to do so. But yes, we have a very different Everchosen to the one that I was first expecting.
Yeah, so this is really interesting because the big thing that I find particularly fascinating about it is that we're really leaning heavy into that aspect of human nature rebelling against the dragons. It's almost, in a way, the thing I really like about this is that it's very easy to see from a heroic perspective of that there would be people down on the ground who would see this Everchosen as a genuine hero of fighting back an oppressor, which is a very genuinely likely role for Chaos, but one that Games Workshop is particularly bad at wielding because they always make Chaos so hilariously over the top evil that it's silly, and they kind of lose sometimes the more malign, insidious nature of Chaos, which I think this could lean well into, because once again, the thing about Everchosens, in my opinion, that really defines them is their will. And this is someone who would have incredible, deep wounds that would provide that drive to do anything.
Okay, so I think we need to decide how old she is, in general. And we're talking how old she is when she does her attack as Everchosen, not how old she is and for the various events in her life.
Cool.
Just because she is, and we've gone for crone, she could be anything from around about 60 to 1,000 without too much difficulty, ranging from someone who looks exceedingly old to someone who is just very old, or even to someone who's just in her later years. Quite a number of people have, for example, dropped Michelle Yeoh's name all over the place over in the comments, and she is a woman who is now in her older years, and would make a fine Everchosen on the older side, but we have chosen the word crone. We might go much further than that. But in terms of her actual age, we need to determine what has she witnessed. Now, if she's on the younger side, as in some of the region of 60 to 120, and I know that doesn't sound that young, but if she's on the younger side, she will have witnessed effectively the consolidation of rule from the dragons over her tribes and her folk. I would suggest, though, that that's not hugely likely because most Everchosen journeys take about a century anyway. As they slowly but surely gather whatever is required for them to stand on the shoulders, because they often get there by slaying those before them, and then stand above all the other clan chiefs in the north, all the other great czars that may have gathered, and they become the czar of czars. They become the great leader in the north who will gather everyone underneath their banner. It takes time. It takes multiple battles. It takes wars, and it takes victories. So I'm going to probably nix the super young option out of our older options and say that we're looking at least a century of time to do all of that. So you're looking at about 120. And then we're looking at the next band being up to about 400, so proper old, and then the last band being somehow up to maybe as much as 1,000.
So I would say let's do like 120 to 200 as our first category, because 200 years would be that she was alive to see the completion of the Great Bastion, which was a pretty significant event.
I may indeed have she may indeed have been one of the reasons why I don't think she's necessarily one of the reasons the Bastion was first raised, but she so we're probably not using that as the story for that age. This is someone who's has seen the Bastion finished as she's off ranging.
Yeah. So now, if we make her in the medium category, then this is someone who will have been affected by the Bastion. So we could say, like, her people, like, she's witnessing her ancestral lands literally being bisected, of peoples being separated, families being cut off forever by this wall, in addition to all of the other things going on. So maybe like the 300 to 600 range.
So, so we got the first one was 120 to 200.
So what about like 5 to 6 for the medium range?
So the second one would be like, you'd need to start at 201, surely.
Oh, okay. Well, if you want to do it that way, that's fine. So how about 201
to about to 500? That sounds good. Okay, so 201 to 500 means that very possibly she is the reason that the Great Bastion was raised, because of all the war that she's brought down as she's attempted to gather various forces to the north. And she was responsible for it being built to a degree because she's done so many of the raids. So I'd say the in-betweeny one, the 200 to 500 one, she is a personal part of that story. Then we've got 501 plus. So what are we talking about here? We're talking ancients now.
Yeah, this would be a super old lady. Who was around before the War of the Beard. Like, she is proper old.
And she's probably been spending several centuries in the north.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to build this into the story. What big stories do we have? There's not a lot of timeline stuff for Grand Cathay. And if we look back to most of its really old stuff, I mean, that happens a long time ago.
Yeah,
Take a look at the ogres when they were destroyed. That was like, about 2,700 or something like that?
Yeah, I was going to say, if she's in that third category, then this is a character who likely saw the destruction of the ogres. Saw the Celestial Dragon Emperor bring down this meteor that just...
Okay, I like that. So that means that we're not just talking 500 plus, we're probably talking 1,000 plus.
Yeah,
we're talking proper throne. Okay, I'm quite happy with... So I'm going to put 4 categories on my vote, which is going to be 501 to 1,000. Because I do like 4 options, then 1,001 plus, and we will summarize each as this. 1 is a relatively young figure who is dynamic, fast, and has managed to, with the rise of the Bastion through the course of her lifetime, band all the tribes around all of that together and attempt to crush it. The second one is one who was a tribeswoman, probably of the north, probably from one of the wandering tribes of the north around there, that were well within the borders of what Grand Cathay would become. Her people got massively oppressed and brought underneath the rule. She eventually moves north out of it and pulls all of the forces up there together under her banner to attack again and again, and helps form the Great Bastion. A bastion that she's going to try and bring down in her great attack against the wall. 501 to 1,000 is a far older story. We're predating the Bastion, and her eventual final attack will be bringing down the Bastion, or at least that's her attempt to do so. Anyway, we're talking a proper old character who doesn't have many roots in any of the old stories of Cathay, because we don't know those roots. So that's a tougher one for us to pin down, unless Sotek has a good idea. And then lastly, at 1,001 plus, we're talking about a woman who saw the destruction of the ogres, possibly a tribeswoman who used to be on the border with them, and that was enough for her to flee. And her story is one of constant fleeing and persecution, and eventually rising up against the dragons in an attempt to destroy them forever.
Yeah, so I think the general thing that I would add to each of these categories, just to add my own little thoughts as you're about to vote, is that if you're going at the 120, 200 option, you're looking at a really fast-paced EVERCHOSEN. Super quick.
Just crashed. I'm going to have to rewrite the poll again.
Well,
the gods.
That sucks. But I'll yap for a minute. You'll have time. So 120, 200. Because remember, this is the age of the attack.
The story of rebellion.
Yeah. So this is very quick. This is recent affairs, recent events have stirred up everything that's happened. So it's going to be a very personal story for her. It's a recent personal tragedy that leads her to go out, find a way past the wall, and do a lot of shenanigans. If you're dealing with the 201 to 500 year option, we're dealing with someone that got to see the wall built, got to see Cathay literally changing the very landscape altering how the winds of magic flow, suppressing gods, separating ancestral peoples forever that used to be able to travel freely. And she would theoretically have been someone that was opposed to the wall or forced to help build the wall. There's another story interesting there. The wall would be very central to her story. If you're dealing with the third option, we're dealing with someone really fucking old, older than most dwarfs will ever live to see, who has been around for such a crazy long time that she can remember when the world was simpler in many ways. This one would in many ways be the most difficult because there'd be the least amount of information for us to work with. Of that, it's kind of just a general period where there's no bastion, there's no wall, but shenanigans can kind of happen. And if you're dealing with 1,000+, this one does get at least a little more interesting because this one we deal with the ogres. We deal with a character. Yeah,
somebody like this. 120 to 200 is the story of rebellion. 201 to 500 is the story of the bastion. 501 to 1000 is the story of the founding of Grand Cathay. And 1001 plus is the story of the ogres. Okay, each one of those has got its own foundational point. One is pure rebellion at what the dragons have done to them. The second one is all about the story of the bastion, it forming because of her attacks. The third one is all about the founding of Grand Cathay itself as the wars expand outwards from central Cathay and the dragons keep control of all of the tribes around them. And the last one is the story of the ogres and what happened to them and effectively how this character comes over. In many respects, if you want an ogre story, that's the one to go for. How does that sound as a nice brief?
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, I think the last one, the ogre story, would be very much imagine like someone witnessing the use of a nuclear bomb and how that would affect them. That's kind of what that storyline would be coded.
I don't have a preference out of these. This one's really interesting. I mean, Rebellion's a cool story.
I have
the founding of the Bastion. The founding of the Bastion's a cool story. The founding of Grand Cathay as a whole, and it's that's a cool story. And the ogres, that's also cool. So I've started the poll. Love it.
Yeah, go ahead and fire it up.
This one. All of these are good stories.
I don't have a preference which one I think is better. I have a preference which one is by far the easiest.
Yeah, totally. Interesting.
But yeah, get your votes in, folks. While you're doing that, let's get through some more of these lovely, lovely super chats. Thank you all so much, by the way, for the support. We always really, really appreciate y'all taking the time and cracking open your wallets to help support what we do. We really cannot thank you enough. So we were at here. Donovan, what if this person flees Cathay and goes to Elithis and manages to sway the people over there to worship chaos as Cathay tries to assert dominion over them? That would allow the forces to move there from the southern wastes and then attack southern Cathay. They could also try and get the Naga of Koresh on side to attack Cathay for the south. That is a potential option we could explore. Yeah, very much.
After all, know the Naga of Koresh are somewhat chaos aligned. It would be nice to pull them in.
I'd say that one would work well if we were doing like the third option, the third era, where it's like Cathay is just kind of being founded because that gives an outside attacking force that works well.
Agreed. If you like that, go for the founding.
Aliflux, given her age, indicates potential magic use. Perhaps she's why there's a taboo about non-Azir magic. That's a great idea. Good job, Aliflux.
That's really good. In fact, I love that also. To the point
you get a gold star. Great comment.
Yeah, that's just love it. I would have generally said that all of the Everchosen are probably peak magic users anyway, regardless, because you have to attract all four gods. And Khorne just, says, yeah, fine, fair enough. In the same way that all of them say, yeah, fine, fair enough, the things that they don't like. The wanton slaughter is Khorne's playground. And all the other gods are like, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Wanton slaughter is needed.
If you're going to be a master of demons, you need to be able to spell sling. You got to know your shit.
Absolutely. So I agree. I think this is great.
That is going down in my notes because that's genius of why the Dragon Emperor says humans cannot be allowed to wield anything but Azir.
Yeah. Plus, she has to stand up against the dragons. She's gonna
she's gonna need to be pretty ace.
Awesome. She's gonna be pretty amazing.
Why not combine the Dragon Lover with Cathay? I think because we had them as distinct separate categories.
We did.
I don't, and Okathayan won by a lot. I don't want to combine them.
And I would love to combine if we got a really close vote, and we've done that sort of thing in the past, but we tend to stick with our votes even when both of us would prefer to do the other one.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, though. I fucking loved that concept as a storyline, because the idea of her, like, having to fight against her own children was itching my brain in a good way.
That would have been, yeah, it was like, oh, so this is good. But equally, where we're going is good. It looks like we've got a winner at the moment as we take a brief pause to say that at the moment, the Bastion age, 201 to 500, is quite far ahead. So if you'd like Rebellion, which was actually the core idea that got this one in place in the first place, you've got a good bit of voting change to do to get it over. It's worth noting, though, that less than half of you have voted over on YouTube, so there's loads of space for change here. Ogre Ally is currently third, and Founding is currently last.
Yeah, please do get your votes in if you can take the time to vote. We really want to make sure we feel like we have a proper representation of all the people watching, absolutely, or at least most of y'all. So we're going to do a couple more super chats and stuff. Tech27 over on Twitch asked, just because I know this won't pop on Streamlabs, thank you for the 18 months of support to the Lawhammer channel. We appreciate it. Who is the Master of Demons? Is it Andy? Yes, of course it is. Have you watched Lawhammer? Marathi, maybe a Burning Wind nomad. They seem distinct. Yeah, very possibly, depending on what age we're looking at. It is extremely likely, based on how the dragons work, that whatever tribe she likely came from after her inevitable defeat probably would have been crushed and buried out of existence.
Yeah, I'm imagining something like Boudica or Boadicea, or however you wish to pronounce her name, over in England when she rose up against the Romans and was thoroughly crushed in the end, even though she did her best, bless her soul. But she had a lot of big victories in her youth, and I think that something like that would definitely provide another interesting parallel.
Diamond, there are a few Vietnamese women who historically rebelled against Chinese rule late. Ooh, I'm not going to even try and pronounce these, but you can look at those if you're watching. So I suggest they come from Southeast Cathay. That could certainly be her origin. I don't think her origin is going to matter terribly much with the story we tell exactly.
Although I will say, if you want that one, I would suggest that probably the Rebellion option is better, or the Founding option is better. The Bastion option, if you're going for that age, suggests someone who might even come from the tribal lands where the Bastion itself is built, because we'll be talking about a story of separation there. So I would suggest that won't be the case if you go for the Bastion option. So if you like that idea and you're out there and you still haven't voted, go for Rebellion or Founding.
And that is time.
Time over on your side, then I'll do time on my side as well as we end the poll. So how did it go over on your end?
I believe we went with the Gate, the Bastion.
Bastion, we have heavy Bastion win over on YouTube with 41% of votes in. Second is Rebellion, so it's really heavy on the Bastion, which means we have a story about a woman whose tribe used to live in the lands where the Bastion now stands. This was where her tribal lands were originally. And as the dragons moved up to take, they were driven out. And somewhat similar to the Norse, they were driven into the lands of a far darker, far more horrible, let's just say, set of gods. And those gods eventually became her ally as she sought revenge for the pushing back of her people. And much like many a Norse individual has taken to the practicality of, if you're driven there, if you don't worship these things, you're gonna die.
Yeah, so I have two fun thoughts on this, which is that I've seen a lot of people suggesting this idea in chat where they're like, oh, can something like really bad have happened and she fails and then she goes off to become EVERCHOSEN? Of imagining like her tribe being one of the ones that, if you want to build a Lorebeards verse, of maybe she was worshiper of the wind god we built in our wind god stream, and her and her people fought against the building of the Bastion because they could see what was coming and they knew it was going to be bad. Now, they not only lose the war, maybe she gets captured. She's enslaved along with many of her people to help build the wall, because although the Cathayans, the dragons, will happily tell you that the Celestial Dragon Emperor placed every brick himself personally upon this wall, which is like 3/4 of a mile high, after the Iron Dragon smelt each of them in the breath of the Fire Dragon. It's a very romanticized, epic tale. It probably included horrific amounts of labor. And it's very likely that not all of it, or even most of it, was voluntary. If you really want the story to be as horrific as possible, you can have this story of a tribe that fought for their ancestral lands, fought for their ancestral culture, their ancestral god, and their god fails them because it's not powerful enough. They fail in battle against the dragons. They're not powerful enough. And then they get enslaved, brought into work, and she has to see her people wither away and die. This could take decades. The wall took 100 years to build. She sees so much horror and she escapes with maybe some of her people, maybe alone, and she goes up into the north where maybe she finds a power who maybe helped her get free, especially a certain bringer of change, a change in situation. Maybe she finds a power that in that she sees from some perspectives, very justified form of vengeance.
Yeah, I think we've got a relatively strong story. And that's a story of peoples who were underneath. It doesn't really matter whether it's matriarchal, patriarchal, whatever, because our Everchosen doesn't need to be the leader at this point, although she very much could be. And you tend to find with most Warhammer stories, they often personify the various clans or tribes or whatever by characters. So if we're going by a classic Warhammer mold, she would probably be the leader of her tribe. She would probably be perhaps the spiritual leader who is speaking to the gods on behalf of her people. And the dragons come along and basically say, it's our way or the highway. And our way is quite clear. The gods need to be abandoned. You turn your back on them and we will protect you. And we will protect you against everything. And some do and some don't. And she forms part of the initial rebellion, the war against the dragons, and she loses. So her stories of her youth, we're talking when we're going through her very early life in her 20s, her 30s, and then possibly into her 40s, is a story of failure and a story of defeat, being crushed. Now, the question really is she on one side of the divide or the other for the next step? Because if she's part of the Cathayan network, as she grows and she sees her people be subjugated and changed, we have a bit of an issue of her age. She won't reach old age, most likely. She needs to learn her magic from somewhere. Something needs to make sense of this story, but it does make for a really romantic version of where she comes from, in that she sees her people be crushed, the first stones, she slave labor, all the rest, and then she eventually escapes. Or do we go with she is defeated and breaks free at this point and heads into what is the wastes of chaos up in the north and starts her progress towards, by sheer survival alone, rising up against the others and eventually defeating them and creating a great army in the north, almost certainly pure will driving her forward until eventually she claims the title of Everchosen. But the big question, I think, there is, does she spend a lot of time behind the Great Divide of Grand Cathay? So she spends maybe her formative years up to her 50s or 60s there, or does she spend a lot of her years on the other side, never being a part of Grand Cathay? And I think there's quite a different story on both sides. What do you think?
Yeah, because I think in that case, you're looking at, if she stays within Grand Cathay, she has a more intimate knowledge and relationship of the nation, but it also means that a lot of her like magical skill likely means that she's part of almost like an underground secretive group, like people that are trying to keep old traditions alive of like shamanistic magic or elemental magic and stuff. Things that the dragons, if we go with Alaflux's comments earlier, which I really liked, don't realize how dangerous of a threat it is yet. They don't suppress it as hard as they should, or as hard as they think they should, where she's able to wield certain forms of magic due to like old teachings, old cultures, people from other tribes that are still surviving in this time. Whereas with the other story, if she's outside the wall, we have someone that ventures into the north and learns so much from the north, of venturing under the tutelage of the gods and demons and other nasty gribblies of chaos and learning from that pathway, which are both excellent stories, but very different stories.
Yeah, I agree. We've got two very cool potential stories here. So story number one is someone who grows up within Cathay and ages within Cathay and eventually escapes. On story number two is a character who is driven from the boundaries of Cathay and is forced to survive in the great hinterlands, the Shadowlands of Chaos itself. And through that, her burning vengeance manifests and eventually turns into a great champion of chaos that comes to lead them in the end. So we've got one where we've got a story of chaos, and the other one where we've got a story of a Cathayan who is forced to become one, and her old ways dominate her early thinking. So grows up within and is driven out. That seems fair, doesn't it?
Yep, I think that's cool.
Okay, cool. Let's go for that. And let's get through a bunch more super chats and stuff. I quite like this.
I gotta get my pull up real fast.
I'm quite digging where this one's going.
Me too.
Much like
this is
most
not
of
at
these.
all what I was expecting in the slightest.
Me neither. Much like most of our create a thing streams, I also have a sort of loose expectation of where it will go, and it just never goes there. Love this.
So we have the Dane. What if she starts rebelling, gets the god's approval, fails, and returns as the Everchosen? So yeah, this is kind of what we were kicking around earlier about, like, if you want to build a Lorebeards verse, which I would do because I love everything we talked about on here. The idea of like her being a priestess or having a relationship with the wind gods, a shaman of the wind gods, and the wind gods trying to fight against the dragons and just losing. They just
losing
lose
hard. If you're looking for this one, you're probably looking for the driven out option. Because she's not, if she's part of Cathay, she will not be able to manifest as a priestess of her gods. It'll be utterly suppressed. So if you want this one and you want that part of her character to maintain, then go for is driven from it. So if you want her to be a great priestess of her god, that I would suggest would work for driven from rather than living within.
Yeah, but it's totally fine as well to go with the more like mundane, like less magical, less godly rebellion aspect that stays within Cathay and has to survive through like essentially like cults that start to spring up within those that have been essentially trapped behind the bastion. Captain Magma, the older she is, the less she relates to her constituency, I think is the word you were going for, Cathayans for rebellion. Not well, so I think it would depend on what you consider a Cathayan to be. So because the era she's from, the term would be very broad. It would literally be just the humans that live on that continent. As opposed to
I don't think so. I don't think so at all. No, I think it's much more like Rome. Cathay to begin with was a far smaller area that was ruled by the dragons, that were protected by the dragons, and then they expanded outwards to Grand Cathay. In the same way that Rome expanded outwards and became Rome. So I think in some respects,
I don't think she would view her people in either one of these stories as Cathayans.
I agree.
I think she would view them as humans. Those are her people.
I'd say that her people are her people, are their own individual tribes, and there'll be a whole ton of what originally was different tribes of humans in the area that now are all called Cathayans, but back then would have been a whole host of different tribes, all speaking different languages, all of whom had their own unique traits, but they all got brought under the great harmony of Cathay.
That makes sense. I think the story we're building is much more one of kind of like almost a vengeance lens as opposed to a freeing the slaves lens, which makes more sense for an Everchosen, to be fair. Because Everchosen really kind of does get done by literally bringing the apocalypse. They're not really the freer of slave trope, which Chaos Champions can be, but Everchosens, that doesn't work as well. Unless they're like, I'll free you from the slavery of life, which is, an option. Salter, choosing an Everchosen while painting Dawi. As long as we leave the Dawi alone, we're good. Fortunately for you, the dwarves aren't super relevant. However, I'm gonna pitch an idea a little later that's gonna make you hate this lady. So because of the dwarves. So stay tuned. because I think Everchosens should be dangerous for the world. So stay
They
tuned.
bloody should. They should never just be about one thing, even though that's often what GW does.
Korenshima, too bad this Everchosen could have mirrored An Lusheng, who's I don't know if it's Yusheng or Lusheng, whose rebellion started the Tang Dynasty decline. You know, there's a lot of super chats of, oh, if only it could have been so-and-so that started this completely different rebellion in the same part of the world. There was a lot of rebellions.
Yeah, there is every part of the world, really.
Yep. Charles C.K., a good question might be if the old pre-Grand Cathay people she's from had their own gods, or they were like dark gods by other name type tribes.
Possibly a mixture of both.
Yeah, possibly a mixture of both.
So I would probably say, look at it as we've already decided that she's from the north anyway, which means that they're going to be aware of the chaos gods that lie beyond the horizon and the mountains up there. But at this point, humanity is much more led by their chieftains or their leaders, and they don't so much have priests and priestesses as they have their leaders who appeal to the gods to either keep them safe or alternatively just ignore them. And generally the chaos gods are the ones you want to ignore you, because if you get their influence or their eye, things tend to go a little bit bad. So you appeal to them only when things are dire. And it does suggest to me that we've got somebody here who is a leader of her people, and she fights and she fights and she loses, and she eventually turns to the awful option, the terrible option, turning to the dark gods who are themselves vengeance incarnate, who wish to destroy the world and anything in its path. Very much a god you would turn to in desperation. But the story that leads up to that particular appeal is going to change according to what you choose here. If you go with grows up, we're talking a certain amount of time before eventually she gets out. The alternative is that she never really gets into Cathay and is driven out and out and out until eventually she appeals to the horrors of the north because her own gods have failed her, or if you want to put it more correctly, the local gods just haven't helped. They've just not done anything, and the dragons have minced their way through them.
All right, I'm going to give you all 3 more super chats vaguely worth of time. So if you haven't voted,
closer. It's worth noting that a good chunk of less than half of you have voted over on YouTube. So please do vote. At the moment, Grows Up Within is currently ahead. So we're going for a more sedate option rather than rebel hard. Chaos. If you want to have driven out before it, that's the second option. It's currently, though, in a relatively distant second with a 60-40 split.
Alflux, seen ahead of time. Her failure to down the bastion perhaps hides that she slipped her corruption into it, into the Celestial Compass, into the Celestial Dragon Emperor. That could be a fun storyline that also plays on some things we've talked about Lorebeards before. That's her failure, because we know inevitably she's going to fail. But maybe her failure wasn't total. Maybe there was, and that does kind of lean into what is often said about Everchosens, that even when they're pushed back, some aspect of the damage they do is permanent.
Every time.
Yeah, there's a little bit, the world is eroded a little more each time, even when chaos is pushed back. Yeah, that could certainly be something we explore. Amadeus, what I love about her is that she opposes what the dragons sell as harmony to Cathayans, and her tool is finding balance between very mercurial spiritual powers, becoming the harmony of chaos as the Everchosen. Oh, that's very clever. That is super clever.
Amadeus.
Gold star for Amadeus.
Yeah. Oh, loving that. The idea of the harmony that she brings, the harmony of chaos to face the harmony of the gods themselves against the supposed harmony of the dragons. Oh,
yeah, that's excellent, because that helps sell this as a deep fucked conflict for the dragons. Like, this not only threatens the dragons on a physical level, it threatens them on like a genuine
philosophical level.
Yeah, like that is a good villain. Like, that is like, this woman isn't just a threat to Cathay as a physical geographical place, but as the concept of a nation. That's great.
Yeah,
excellent.
And this is basically, we're turning this almost as well into a certain amount of gods versus dragons as an outcome for humanity. And she's representing gods and eventually the the worst of the gods, the most warlike of the gods, even though there are gods of war and similar, but those that seek pure destruction that she has been forced to turn to because of what the dragons are doing to her, her people, and humanity as a whole. Yeah, I kind of love that.
Mm-hmm. Hannibal, princess in the peeing. I don't like that phrase, but the princess in the pea concept with the Great Bastion, or the Great Bastion with the Seed of Chaos. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're putting down. And last one we'll do before we close it up. Hound of Ill Omens. The cool thing about ogre allies is you can have the first sightings of chaos ogres. Very true. If we had gone with the ogre age, that definitely could have been a fun explanation. But where we're at, the ogres have been chased out for quite some time. All right, close it up.
Okay.
Which went pretty heavily that she stays in Cathay.
Interesting. And equally over on YouTube, grows up within Cathay, 59%, pretty heavily.
All right, pretty definitive, I'd say.
Okay, so we're now building a story of a woman who was the leader of her tribe in the area where the Great Bastion is now built.
They got eminent domain.
Indeed. And the dragons in their push north, as they push past the great cities that we are aware that they have into that northern area and define their northern border, take over the peoples, including our Everchosen's people, as they go. And this brings, in some cases, war, conflict, and assimilation. And you don't get a choice. You will be assimilated into the great way of the dragons, the great harmony of what Grand Cathay is going to represent. And she is, probably captured? Or are we talking made an example of? Exactly how do we pitch this?
I would say both. I would very much say both to kind of lean into, to help us have a good story as to what makes her different from everyone else. What made her so extreme that for her, apocalypse is a viable option.
Yeah, we are looking for her to have a tale where it is quite obvious that she is going to turn to the worst, the absolute worst option in her desperation, because there is nothing else that will stand up against the power of the dragons. I think we need some sort of instigating moments where she sees failure. So we need to have the gods that she not so much worships but appeals to. The great gods.
What's a scene I have in my head?
Yeah, what's that?
I can see a scene in my head of like a Shuken gun, or maybe even one of the dragon children themselves, especially if it's like Miao Ying, who is like notoriously cold, very, very not empathetic towards humans, sees them as literally tools on a board, ants. I could literally see Miao Ying like publicly torturing her and say, call on your gods to save you, call on them to protect you. I'm going to show you, and I'm going to show everybody here how powerless your gods are before a dragon. Of just beating her down and showing her no matter like how much you cry, your life's on the line, you can offer them everything. I'll let you do whatever you want. You can make whatever prayers you want, whatever sacrifices you want. I'm going to show you how we are the answer. We are the solution.
Yeah, I think that's a good scene. And I think that that absolute failure, because appealing to those gods is going to be not enough to stop a fucking dragon by any stretch, particularly a dragon who is supported by her children, who are going to be able to put down any weak spirits or things that they might not call upon their weak magic by comparison, because we are dealing with what are effectively hedge witch levels type magics, basic little shamanistic spells that to the might of the dragons is a little bit like me trying to outwit my child when she was a toddler. It's really easy. Toddlers are stupid because they're tiny little children.
I think the thing I would add here as well is I think the thing I like about that particular storyline is I think that helps us break her away from, I'm going to free my people, to instead, I'm going to destroy everything. Because after this display, many of her people are like, okay, I see what the dragons are putting down. Yeah.
It's we are broken. It's like when Teclis went to the druids and went, hey, druids, You know that thing that you think is ancient and druidic and stuff? Yeah, it's just elf magic. Let me show you how. And did. And a whole bunch of the great families of druids went, oh, right, yeah, fair point. I'll just become a Jade Magister then. Where a bunch of them went, no, it's not. My ancient traditions are important. That's not an elf waystone that you just showed as an elf waystone. It's an ancient Ogham. So it's somewhat similar to that in style, in that she comes out and says, see your gods, they're pathetic. I am better. And it's not so much she tortures our Everchosen to be, she spiritually tortures her in many respects, because she shows how weak, how ineffectual, and how terrible they are. She drags her up before all of her people and breaks them. Breaks her people directly in front of them by showing just how weak her and her magics and her belief and her gods are. And then crushes them completely and says, join us or be driven out. And they all pretty much join. It's horrific for her. It's awful.
Yeah, I think that works.
Yeah, I think that works too. Okay, so we've got a story of a woman who is broken and brought into the Cathayan Empire, and it takes quite some time for her to rebuild herself back up. Now, remember, we're not building a story of rebellion. We discarded that. We're building a story of somebody who is around the Bastion, and the Bastion is the core seed of this story. So that means that she's going to be part of the initial, presumably, plannings of what's going on in and around her own lands, probably telling the individuals who are actually building it where the best places are, because it's her lands. Her people will be responsible for much of what's going down here, because they're the locals. As we have ourselves a story of clearly attacks coming from the north. Why are we building the Bastion otherwise? So at this point, her people have been waging a guerrilla war against the attacks coming from the south, and often melding away from it and dropping into the mountains as the great crashing forces pass through there into Grand Cathay. And this wall is now being built up to stop against this. She's not the one responsible for these forces. We'd need an older one to do that. She's going to be somebody who is responsible for helping the building of the wall, and then something occurs through this process for her to decide she'd rather be on the other side than the side that she's currently helping, having been crushed and broken. It sounds a bit awful, this does. Poor thing.
Yes. Hey, if you're going to get someone who thinks that destroying the world is the best option, it's got to be awful.
Okay, so what happens to her to decide that she's going to go with what was the enemies of her own tribe? Those who had already decided to effectively cash their souls in with chaos, to fight among themselves over the pathetic gods of the north who are only interested in the biggest and the hardest, to step forward to effectively might is right their way towards dominion of everyone else around them. They are horrible people to the north. Truly awful. And she herself has been running away from them for most of her existence, leading her people away from the depredations of chaos. But then that didn't help when the dragons came along and wiped her people out almost completely, in terms of not necessarily their lives, but their beliefs. They philosophically destroyed them, leaving her on the other side. Where does her burning anger come from? Where is the point where she goes, no, fuck this?
I think the biggest thing that we'd have to figure out, and chat, feel free to, I would love some help with this one, because this one's the tree thing. I think the thing, especially, I love the idea of her taking that Cathayan mentality of harmony and she brings it to chaos. So I think trying to find a way where she is confronted with Cathayan harmony and she sees the potential, but also the flaw simultaneously.
Yeah. I actually think you're hitting on something here, because I do think that suggestion was Aleph suggestion that
that was Amadeus.
Amadeus, thank you, Amadeus. Not to get that confused. I think that possibly we then, because we've chosen the behind the Bastion route, so to speak, for her upbringing, we should use the philosophical route. She's been destroyed philosophically. Her philosophies have been wiped out by the dragons' better philosophy, as in the dragons are right. They are more powerful than the gods, because the gods are fragmented, they're broken, and they do not work together, unless they did. So she learns from the other side, and she learns that the great harmony has a strength, and it can be used for possibly the revenge that she's seeking for the absolute annihilation of her people. There's something in that, but we're still looking for an instigating moment, something that moves her from simply being someone who's trudging along within this new Grand Cathay and the beginning plans of the wall because they keep on getting attacked, and turning into somebody who goes, yeah, no, I can do this. If I forge forward, I think I can bind all of these fuckers in the north, the remnants of my tribe who come with me or whatever else, into this particular perspective. It's the only way we can win. And the only way we can win is to effectively turn all of those disparate, broken idiots in the north into a grand harmony.
I have an idea for a vote.
Stepper. Yeah, what's the vote going to be?
My vote would be, so what's the moment? What's the catalyst that gets her to go to flee north finally? And start her journey. The first catalyst I would say, interestingly, would be chaos attacks. So a chaos horde attacks the wall, and she sees the potential in them, but how the disharmony, how disorganized and just chaotic they are.
I like that.
Screws them.
Yep.
And she sees something in that. So she sees them fail, and it's like, I could do better. I could do better if I controlled that.
This would be the option. So we've got somebody here who's already a leader of people, and perhaps she's a leader of people within the Cathayan side at the moment. She's still leading large workforces over people or some equivalent, dealing with the surveying or whatever. She's seen lots of individual small attacks, but we're talking here a relatively large one, and effectively it falls upon itself. It's defeated possibly not by the dragons, it's defeated by chaos.
What a sexy person Peter Osborne is.
Peter,
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Very cool. Anyway,
if I had Jack Daniels, I do.
It's never far.
It's not actually Jack Daniels. Oh, no, it is. It's single bar. It's this expensive one. I'm going to pour myself a little drink. Thank you very much, Jack, for that. Appreciated.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Carry on.
I have no idea what I was saying. I'm too busy being delighted.
I think they got the gist. Okay, so we have the idea that she witnesses a failed chaos invasion. It crashes against the bastion and just, it's water against a stone.
There is no Great Bastion at this point. This is pre-Great Bastion. When is Great Bastion built? The date?
17. It's finished in minus 1700. So our attack is in minus 1500.
So this is hundreds of years before it's finished. Because we're looking at because we went for 500 years old, which means she's born about 2,000 years before the time of Sigmar. So we've got, we're in our first 60, 70 years.
We were in the 201 to 500 category.
Yeah, but we've got to add her age to it.
Oh, yeah, okay. You're right. Oh, yeah.
For her, a big attack. So there's no Great
She witnesses
Bastion
a chaos invasion to a partial wall.
No, I don't think there's even a partial wall because it took 100 years. So what we've got is the initial invasions into the land, okay, and she's seeing that they are dangerous and powerful and awful. But Slaanesh attacks Tzeentch, and Tzeentch attacks Khorne, and Khorne attacks Nurgle. The tribesfolk are as likely to kill each other as they are the supposed enemy they're against. They are disparate and they are broken. So we've got lots of little raids which are clearly causing problems in the north, and then we get a mighty potential attack as a whole bunch come down, but the dragons basically separate them. The dragons realize what's coming, and they quite coldly, because it'll be Miao Ying up there, she coldly separates them and divides and conquers and gets each one to turn on themselves as they slaughter each other, with the Cathayans themselves not taking a great number of casualties, but enough that they start to get properly worried, and the first plans of the wall get put in place.
So, so that's our first option.
One. Yeah, quite like that. What's option two?
Our second option, I think, would be that she experiences a breaking point during the building of the wall. That she stays, the wall starts.
I don't think we can do that.
You don't think so?
We don't have enough time. She would have to be 400 for that.
Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. Okay, so
we need all that time is going to be spent with her up in the Chaos Wastes. So we're pre-wall.
Okay, so I'll rephrase that. Oh, actually, I had a different one. I forgot it, and now I remembered it. Great. So if we wanted to go with that magic-heavy option, especially tying into what Aleph Flex said earlier about her representing why the dragons are like only is there. Only is there for humans. It could be that she is able to learn enough about magic that she either comes into a level of power where she now has a more like a deeper understanding of magic, or she essentially experiences kind of like a magical epiphany or a prophecy or a vision. And that's what drives her. That she reaches a point with her second sight or etheric attunement or whatever you want to call it, where she experiences a aha moment with magic.
I mean, I think this might come regardless because it's going to happen.
Very true, but it could be the focus point.
I think what we have for this one is as a different story. The first one is she takes some inspiration from chaos attacking and believes that she can bring harmony to the great chaos that lies beyond. The second option would be alternatively, the story we're building is someone that the dragons are fostering as a magical support to what they're doing. And this is her story will be the story of this one will be she is the mistake. And so this one would be perhaps she was focusing on Actually and they had built her as a fire wizard, or perhaps focusing on grey magic and she had been following a great spiritual divine wolf across the plains, and they start teaching her and developing her in Ulgu specifically, showing her that her great spiritual beliefs were not spiritual beliefs as she believed. Her head magics were pathetic. What she should be learning is the great shadowmancy that they themselves know. And that allowed her to hide her treachery that is going to come. There's a different route. So first one is chaos attacks. The second one is magic. Just simply magic.
Yeah. And then the third one, which I would admittedly say I think would be the least compelling option, because there's a lot of different ways we could do it. It doesn't naturally flow as well. Would be that she witnesses a genuinely awful tragedy that's born of the dragons. I would say she would have to witness something that demonstrates that the dragons' harmony is hypocritical. It's not true to that. It's something they aspire
let's expand upon that then.
Sure.
She is a core component of helping design the Bastion. And then she finds out what it's for. And she realizes that it's a much more magical thing than just simply a wall. And that it's going to break her people who are currently still living on both sides and defending against chaos from the north and something similar. It's going to split her people, and it's going to magically leave a ton of them broken in some fashion, spiritually bereft, destroying them in a way that they don't expect. So I'm not entirely sure what the story should be there, but what we're looking for is something that says that she, as somebody who's core at helping build the Bastion, is also somebody who realizes... So
I would go with, like, truth reveal.
Yeah. Okay, so, yeah, that's what I was thinking. They said some sort of truth from it. So I'm just going to make that the Bastion choice, because I think that's something we've discussed several times. So one will be harmony to chaos. Two will be how are we going to sum up she is the reason that they all do Azir?
I mean, granted, that could come later in her story.
Yeah, but, indeed, but that's what the story's about. And the story's about them realizing that humans shouldn't be able to do the other wins.
Maybe magic corruption?
Magic corruption, that'll do. And they believe only Azir is safe for them. Love that. Yeah. And the last one is
truth reveal.
Bastion truth reveal.
Yep. All right, cool. Fire it
off. That sounds good. And I will note before I start this poll, if you choose harmony with chaos, we will not be doing she's the source of magic corruption. If you choose Bastion, as in she's the reason that the Bastion is the way it is, she finds out some truth about it, we won't be doing magic corruption. This is very much a one or the other, unless we make
them very close to each other.
Really, really close. So if you like all of these stories, watch this most closely, because you're going to have to try and make it balance out. In fact, you'll have to bring harmony to it all, you might think. Okay, we got a few super chats to get through, so let's pile through our next bunch as the vote is now up.
So this crone EVERCHOSEN for the Bastion lands is Nanagao. That's
very possibly.
Korenshima, will Face Flaya show up in this Lorebeard verse? No, because he died fighting Malekith and Story Whitebeard. Remember, we changed destiny to make it where he killed them, but in the real world, he dies. So no.
In the real world, he dies.
Nip that in the bud. Mr. Pig, you have another reason she wants to tear it down is her tribe ended up buried under the bastion after being forced to build it. Ooh, that'd be kind of macabre. But would not be, we need mortar. Ooh. Random suggestion for a Nurgle unit she could use: horse archers who shoot hollow arrows.
Can get the word arrow out.
Yeah, that shatter upon hitting their foes. However, the arrows are filled with highly venomous, biting/stinging bugs and putrid acidic disease liquid. That I will say that doesn't have to be crazy relevant to this particular thing. That's just a great idea for gross Nurgle shit.
Yeah, yuck.
Yep. Lishor Chris, fun thing, if learning Cathay wins, is that even in modern times, the dragons still have to deal with the Tzeentch cult infesting the country. Yeah, a part of her legacy, in a sense, which is great. The cults of Xianqi. WPK, please ensure her story isn't just about Cathay. Don't worry, we're getting to that part. Though
yeah, at the moment, we're dealing with her formation years and what makes her, and she's Cathayan, and at least she's from that part of the world. So this is going to very much form the core of what she is. But when she actually moves up into the Chaos Wastes as a potential Everchosen to be, that's going to change everything up there as she binds them all underneath her rule. And then as the north heads south, it won't just be attacks into Cathay, but she herself is almost certainly to move down into Cathay because it's where she has got the biggest personal grudge. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to have lots of other stuff happening around the rest of the world.
Yeah, so I would compare this to like thinking someone coming in and being like, oh, don't make Arcan all about the Empire. Like, the Empire is his personal hate baby. It's his grudge. But there are other aspects that come into the story, especially once he actually begins the Everchosen quest.
Quite.
Darius Rose, the eyes she collects are from Dragon Blooded. Oh, if you want to go with that terrifying fucking tree of eyes coming out of her back concept, yeah.
Fucking hell.
Dinoman, at some point during a rebellion, I think she should kill one of the dragon children. You could very easily, especially with the era we're dealing with, you could very easily tie this into this is how Shiama is killed storyline. I have a different goal in mind for her to tie her into the pre-existing timeline. But I don't want to say it yet because we're not there yet. But if you wanted to do this to be like, oh yeah, she fucks Cathay really hard by killing one of the dragon kids, you could do that.
Yeah.
Plus,
agreed.
There are 3 other missing dragon kids besides Shiama, so she could kill one of the other ones, and that wouldn't be that extreme. Like, that could totally be fine. Darius, the glass breaks. Me and Jim Ross. It's face flat. No, sit down. Shush. Shush. Super Orlok. He had his moment in the spotlight. It's over now. Super Orlok. She could grow up not knowing of her tribe, and the Dark Gods reveal her origin. We could have a very classical story. I think that would be. I like what we've already built too much, I think, to go that particular route. I think that is definitely a story you could go with for a Everchosen. I don't think that works for hers in particular, especially with the age we went with. I think if we had gone like she was younger, or if like she was in that like 120 ballpark, or if we were dealing with like the classical era, you could play a story like this. But I think the era we're in, it doesn't work as well.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Hoplite, her magic could be earth/stone focused to contrast Azir. Ha, but Azir is earth and stone focused.
Yeah, sadly, Azir magic is not necessarily what you think it is over in Cathay.
Yeah, keep in mind the Cathayans know Azir as the wind of stone.
Yeah.
That's what they call it. It's how she breaks the bastion, Cathay stone pillars and floating islands from the war. That is definitely something you can play around with. But yeah, that would and keep in mind, you would want Azir to be what the dragons think is safe. So it shouldn't, if anything, it should be her weakest, not her strongest.
Yeah, I agree. If you're going down the magic corruption route.
Yeah, Darman 95.
Let's quickly pause here just to give an update for those of you who are voting. We've had about a third of you voting, just over a third. And at the moment, Harmony to Chaos is significantly in the lead, with Magic, Corruption, and Bastion Truth revealed in second, almost equal. So if you'd like to try and bring it all up to equals, you've got some vote shiftings to do over on the YouTube side. How's it doing over on Twitch?
Twitch is done. And I don't want to say what they voted for yet. I'll just say
then let's leave it over. Let's get through a bunch more super chats though before we go on, so that we don't fall too far behind on them.
Yeah, YouTube, I'm going to give you just like 3 or 4 more. We are the Cathayans. Right. You will be assimilated. Resistance is futile. Thank you, Borg.
True fact.
The Dane, feel it would be better from the inside as it weakens Cathay a lot in the war that she'll end up starting. Don't underestimate the damage of a civil war, and her escape is going to be interesting. I agree, but
it's worth noting that civil war isn't the choice that we went with. That would have been the younger version of the Everchosen.
But have faith. Don't worry. We're going somewhere with this. Have faith.
We are going to get there.
Alex Flambeck, the Miao-Ying tortured couple with her children's betrayal, choosing assimilation could break her. Yep. That would definitely put her in a really shitty place for many years.
Mm-hmm.
Dino Man.
Bloody hell, Dino Man! I can't even see myself anymore.
I'd say with her living in Cathay, she will escape building the wall, basically travel around all of Cathay and basically spread anti-dragon / Cathayan propaganda, eventually instigating a huge rebellion. So this would have been if we went with the rebellion option.
If we went with the rebellion option, the young option, we would have done something like this, I think. But what we've done instead is we've gone for an older version of the character, and one that has been decided to grow up within and then leave Cathay.
And that's time.
Alrighty, let's get our vote. It hasn't really changed. Our total is over on YouTube with a mighty 43% Harmony to Chaos, with the others at 28-27, basically equal behind. So I think Harmony to Chaos.
I'm actually surprised Truth Reveal was as high as it was. Twitch chat also went Harmony to Chaos with 50%, and the other two were fairly split.
Yeah. So what we've got is a character who, let's run out her basic timeline here, who starts off as one of the tribesfolk in the north of what will become Grand Cathay, in the area where the Great Bastion will be built.
At roughly ballpark minus 2000 Imperial calendar.
Indeed. And she is touring around that area, going from place to place, avoiding the potential hordes of chaos to the north, equally moving by the seasons as required, possibly even worshipping the god that we made in one of our other streams, amongst other gods in the local area that they appease, they fear, they try to avoid, in particular the chaos gods and their tribesmen to the north, who are the worst. She's also going to be avoiding or occasionally conflicting with hobgoblins and the like as well, because that's the general part of the world in which she lives. The dragons eventually move into this area.
So Charles K, yes.
Yeah, the answer is yes. The dragons move into this area and they pacify it, and they absolutely destroy her philosophy, her way of thinking, by proving the falsity of it, or as they would say, showing how weak it is and showing how much stronger the strength of the dragons and the harmony they're bringing is. But she never truly believes it, for all it is brought to her in stark terms. She, as a representative of her people, has to effectively say in front of all of them, yes, you're right. That is how they break her. They have to show just how weak she is in front of all of her people, and her people go with her, effectively falling into the Cathayan side of affairs. Over the course of the next so many decades, many chaos attacks come, most of which are pretty feeble in comparison to the great might of the dragons that are put forward. But they get more and increasingly more powerful as time goes by, until eventually one great, enormous horde makes its way down from the north. And she watches and is potentially a part of the defense against it. And she sees the dragons crush it by dividing it. But she also sees something else. She sees potential, because she sees that the numbers that were coming from the north were significantly higher than the Cathayans that were defending. And already there's talk amongst the dragon-blooded children and potentially others that they're going to have to do more if they're going to hold off against this in the north next time. Much more. The first seeds of the bastion are falling into place at this point. But in her head, it's nothing more than ting, as she takes everything that she's learned from the dragons in whatever position we put her in on this side, and goes, I could bring that together. And if they didn't squabble, if the dragons didn't divide them and make them conquer themselves, they would have won. The dragons would have lost. And worse, on the other side, they're saying the same thing. Of course, Miao Ying right at the very top's like, of course we crushed them. But underneath, they're like, yeah, we crushed them because we outwitted them. We outwitted them and used their weakness against them. But if they ever bind together, we're in trouble. We're in a lot of trouble. So the first seeds of the wall are beginning to form, but also the first seeds in our Everchosen's head of how she could potentially defeat the dragons using the power of the gods, the very thing that the dragons had shown to be weak. I think we've got a pretty strong story there.
Oh, that's good. That's good right there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we've got a pretty strong story there. Good job, everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, but we don't have the story, just to make sure we're clear here, because we've discarded it. We don't have the story of her being a wizard or a witch or some equivalent over on the Cathayan side. She is somebody who is not a spellcaster of any strength at this point. She's effectively a hedge witch or some equivalent who has been pacified. She doesn't do that crap anymore because that is part of her history and it's no longer her. The priestess angle of her has been suppressed, or at least it has been in all effective ways. Equally, we're not having her be a part of the building of the bastion or the first parts of the bastion. That's going to come when she's left. And she knows it's potentially going to happen, and that's partially part of what she's doing, but she won't be returning until that wall is properly in place. She might be part of an attack at various points as it's getting built, but her main one, when the wall itself is weakened, because we know it does get weakened at a later date, and it's going to be our great Everchosen moment when that wall is properly wounded and possibly broken as chaos floods through, because she's going to have successes of that, there's no doubt. That comes later.
Yeah, so we are now at our moment where she has a purpose. She has an idea, and the time has come for her to go north, probably in her 50s, 60s, but it's time.
So yeah, she's now she's not an old woman at this point, but she is a woman in her later years. She is a woman who is potentially older than many of her peers. She has seen a lot of her people grow old and die in the time that she's been inside Cathay, and that has brought her a great deal of heartache because she's seen the next generation of her peoples be born without any of their culture. Completely gone. They are now on the front lines of Grand Cathay, wearing the uniforms of Grand Cathay, speaking the verse and litanies of the dragons in a way that makes her exceedingly upset and exceedingly sad to see the eradication of her entire philosophy, because it's strangely enough, this Everchosen's all about philosophies and competing philosophies. It's pretty cool. There's the good stuff building here.
Yeah, so she goes up into the north. Now, I think there's a vote we can kind of do here to kill a whole bunch of stones, or a whole bunch of birds with one stone in kind of a funny way. Just in the interest of shaving a little bit of time, because this is something we could stretch out into like a bunch of votes, but I could also make it one simple vote, which would be, what is the order in which she earns the favor of the four powers? And what I think we could do with this in a fun way is that however y'all vote, from the most to the least is the order of who she earns the favor of first, down to who she earns the favor of last. Instead of doing this like 4 separate votes where we have to narrow it each time. Because obviously we're not going to have the time or the leisure to get into all of the super hardcore nitty gritty of her epic journey that is going to span roughly 300 to 400 years. But this will help us fill in a lot of those gaps that we can kind of chat about and use imagination.
To a degree here, what we can do is we can say that the order that you put them to a degree defines her character more. So if you put, say, Nurgle first, she is all about despair. She is all about giving in to the horrors of everything that's happening, and she's going to be using the high populations and disease and people as her biggest tools. If you use Khorne, She is going to be someone who is filled with rage at everything that has occurred and is going to be at her heart combat wombat. If you choose Tzeentch, she's going to be about bringing about change. She's going to be all about moving one type of harmony into the new harmony. Or finally, if you choose Slaanesh, she's going to be all about going way too far as she makes her way across the Chaos Waste. She doesn't just make examples, she goes way beyond. She goes to excess. So you've got Nurgle and despair at the horror of what has happened to her people. You've got Khorne and the rage. You've got Tzeentch and the change she intends to bring, or Slaanesh and the excess that she intends to bring. And whichever one you choose is also to a degree going to show the god who has got the most favor of her, and in turn she favors kind of more than the others, although ultimately she is going to be an Everchosen.
Yeah.
Does that seem fair?
Yeah. Yep. I think that's great. So I'm going to let y'all vote on that for a hot minute. But there are a lot of cool things. A lot of people are saying some ideas and opinions in chat that work very well. I don't want to necessarily word them because I don't want to try and influence y'all's vote.
I think discussing them out is fine. Let's influence. That's what votes are for. Because everyone will probably go with Tzeentch, because let's be honest, that's what most people will expect. So I think if we have anything that's not Tzeentch, well, there we go.
Yeah, we have Dragon Magic and Ratwood in both chats bringing up that, Tzeentch canonically is the big bad of Grand Cathay.
Yeah, agreed. So Tzeentch seems to be the obvious vote. And if you want to go with the obvious vote, go with Tzeentch, because it does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, but Luigi Sieber coming in with the counterpoint saying, no, I think Khorne should be the first because it's all about revenge. It's all about rage.
I agree, and it's also worth noting that Khorne is the most powerful of the Chaos Gods, if we're ranking them. So Khorne, ultimately, if you want to win, is the one that you want to curry the favor of most. So absolutely nothing wrong with doing that.
Yeah, we have Matt here, who actually put Tzeentch in last place, thinking that Despair and Nurgle should be first, followed by Khorne, then Excess and Change. So you remember, you only get one vote, but it's a gradient. So
it's worth noting that if I was only choosing one, I wouldn't choose Tzeentch. Just saying, that's not the one I would choose because it's so obvious. I would be choosing Tzeentch probably maybe second.
That sounds like something Tzeentch would say.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, interesting. So far, only about a quarter of you have voted. In fact, less than a quarter of you. It's coming up to about a quarter over on YouTube. But at the moment, Tzeentch is indeed leading the field. Okay, so do you wish to influence that?
Super chat stuff here. Cole Patterson, she sounds a bit of like a Lorgar figure to me. There are some similarities. I think she's a little more preoccupied with concepts of culture and identity as opposed to the ability to worship, though that is a way you could take her story. But I also think that I would deliberately avoid it because I don't want a Logar clone. I know there are some people that want Primarch clones in fantasy. I think I like to deliberately avoid it because we already have those stories. I don't need to tell the story again.
True fact.
Kobo, the harmony to chaos idea is absolutely brilliant. Yeah, Amadeus struck fucking gold with that comment. Full credit there, because that I would not have thought of that, and that's because it seems so antithetical, but it's literally what an Everchosen does. Like, that's good eating. It's good eating. Jason Clark, on the idea of people buried under the Bastion, referencing a Total War mod with Bastion Builder, corpses raised as troops, souls stolen to serve Shyama forever. Wow, that is bleak as fuck.
I actually really quite like that too. Yeah. I also quite like the idea that possibly, because we are dealing with an Everchosen who's got some age, that a lot of her early attacks will have been against the Bastion as it's being built. So a lot of the corpses that would lie beneath it are corpses that she has left there in her wake as she's attempted to stop the building of the Bastion. So yeah, I think that there's definitely something to that as part of the ongoing story.
Yeah, one of the things that's kind of fun about this potential Everchosen is that she could be very different from what we see like with Archaon, where Archaon is more of he sort of goes up and is just building. But he's kind of off in the like the margins of the world, versus like Asvar Kul. Asvar Kul was more of where Archaon is kind of ping-ponging around the world until he finally in like 2519 or something goes and is like, haha, I got the crown, and then he builds up. So his story is much more about him just roaming the world. You also have like Asvar Kul, who Asvar Kul from the get-go,
King
as
of
far as we can
Kings.
tell,
He's the king of kings.
Yeah, he bulks. Asvar Kul bulks, and then unleashes and just destroys everything in front of him. Whereas
he becomes the king of kings, destroying all the other kings, gets them all to follow him, and then dies.
Yeah, whereas with our sweet grandma here, I like that we kind of have almost an EVERCHOSEN that's more of like someone that's probing, something that's constantly testing, trying to mess with this. I love the parallel idea, which keeping up the parallels with her, which is really fun, of as the Bastion is building in strength, she's also building in strength. Of the Bastion is almost like a mirror to her in a sense of that they are there's this rivalry almost between her and it, which I think could make for a really interesting, compelling story over the course of centuries, where she's testing her might against the Bastion, but in a way the Celestial Dragon Emperor is also testing the Bastion's strength against her, which like that would almost make for a good, if you were telling a story, having the story be like flashpoints where you're skipping ahead decades of these various attacks and showing her perspective sometimes, and showing the perspective of the builders of the Bastion other times, the Celestial Dragon Emperor's perspective, and how that would be a very interesting story.
Yeah,
of that there's a relationship there.
Yeah, particularly because it's going to be a story that takes place over the course of centuries. Her great binding together of all of chaos underneath her banner isn't going to happen until almost her 500th year, somewhere around there. Okay, so we have a long story ahead of us, and at the moment it's quite clear with just over a third of you voting that Tzeentch still very much has the lead in that story.
Yep.
Over on
I'm gonna
YouTube.
do this last super chat and then it'll be time. WPK says, will you give her a name at some point? It doesn't matter. Feel free, if you can come up with a great name, sure, but naming is difficult, and it's one of those things you should really think about and try out a lot of different ideas, and it would take up a lot of time for very little gain.
Yeah, plus naming when you're dealing with other people's cultures can often be a landmine of mistakes, as you accidentally blow up your own feet as you name it, and something you think sounds cool, but in the, say, Chinese just sounds truly awful. So I think I would much rather us discuss it out and possibly land upon some name ideas, but leave the naming part to either your version of how this EVERCHOSEN lands, or alternatively diving into the Discord chat afterwards and coming up with a whole bunch of different names, and then the chat there voting and pulling out their favorites. Okay, so we are just about ready to go with what we have. Ending. Okay, so what's the order on your side?
I believe Khorne was in first, followed by, I believe, Tzeentch, then Slaanesh, then Nurgle.
Is that right?
I'm pretty sure. I know for a fact it was Khorne and Tzeentch in the first two spots. Then I think it was Slaanesh, Nurgle.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, sorry, right. My bad. Okay, no, it was Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, Slaanesh.
So we have Tzeentch at 48%, pretty massive, followed by Slaanesh at 20, Nurgle and Khorne at 15 each at the end. So judging by what you had, it sounds like we should probably go Tzeentch, Slaanesh, Khorne, then Nurgle.
Yes, I would say that is perfect use of Twitch's vote.
It in.
Okay, to break that tie.
Yeah, to break that tie over. Okay, so that means Tzeentch sits at top. Okay, she is ultimately an agent of change. Next, we have Slaanesh, so she goes a bit too far. Next, we have Nurgle. She uses other people's despair. Oh, sorry. Next, we have Khorne. She's all about bringing it to battle. And then we then have Nurgle at the very end, giving into the despair side. So I think we're beginning to form a really strong story about how that could work. At the very top, we have Tzeentch. So we have magic.
Yeah, that could be a fun title for her. The great harmonizer, the grand harmonizer.
But
yeah, I think
there is a problem there. Games Workshop is, after all, a British company. A harmonizer with an S. Thank you very much.
Good Lord.
The editor within one immediately calls out the Americanism in the English.
That's what. See, we need to focus less on buying Greenland and Canada, and we need to buy Games Workshop so we can make all the spellings American.
No, never. We are dealing with an EVERCHOSEN who is going to head into the north, is going to learn magic, is going to seek change, is going to ultimately not turn to conflict first, attempting to gain what she can in the north through wit, guile, and intelligence as her primary route. She's going to agitate for her way of thinking, which is ultimately going to fail in many of the tribes to the north, but succeed with others. She's going to have to become, over the course of this stage of her life, very powerful magically, which means that at this point she makes her first deal with demons, and she doesn't have any interest in becoming a Tzeentch champion, so to speak. What she is as interested in is becoming a leader, is becoming someone who can bind the North together, who can harmonize all of that. And that means that she's going to be making deals with demons. And those deals are going to provide her with intelligence. They're going to provide her with magic. They're going to provide her with skill, arms, capability. They're going to provide her with the knowledge of where certain artifacts might be, or who's carrying those artifacts. Who does she need to defeat? Who does she need to bring down? What ancient temple does she need to raid? What demon does she need to slay? What creature does she need to mount? Whatever it might be, it's all going to be about, with her at least, appealing to the gods. Because that is the philosophy that she represents. It's going to be about using what is considered by the dragons as weakness, the gods, the spirits, and using those to incrementally work her way up until eventually she becomes indomitable.
One of the things I actually really like as well about Slaanesh being her second, with Tzeentch as her first and Slaanesh as the second, to me, that really speaks of a character that is incredibly charismatic. Like someone that is an excellent user of words, a soothsayer, someone that is incredibly gifted at guiding hearts and minds. Not like, yeah, she can absolutely beat your ass. But that is not her preferred method. Though she does have Corn in third place. So this is not someone that's like gonna be lurking in the shadows. Like if you put up a fuss, grandma's gonna put you down. But I think the idea that she's able to almost re-inhabit what she once was, in a sense, using the skills that she built up when she was younger as this kind of shaman or god speaker, but now it's in a new lens. I think ties her past to her future in a really satisfying way.
Yeah, I think that's possibly how we view her. She is somebody who is a representative of her people to the gods. And she never, ever swears to any of the gods. She is all about avoiding the gods' worst excesses. And she does that by using their excesses against them, by understanding what they are. And effectively, she almost plays the Dark Elf route, where the Dark Elves believe they're better than the gods. they believe they are better than the Chaos Gods in particular, who they see as pathetic. They are tools to be used. They are not things to worship. The Dark Elves and Chaos have an interesting relationship. And to a degree, she's doing the same thing. The Dark Gods to her are tools to be used. It's about manipulation and magic.
I could see like her giving a speech to some cautious advisors and Chaos Lords and stuff. I can almost see her giving a speech where, especially with her old, almost matronly, this great matriarch, this old wizened crone of her almost giving a speech about how the Chaos Gods are squabbling children, how they have to be brought to harmonize. They have to be brought to understand one another. They have to be brought together in order to achieve things. Like how, like her almost, I could see her having this very unique view that many of these warriors, especially because like how, I think in a way almost how undeveloped so many of the great champions are personally, like how undeveloped they are as individuals, like mentally, emotionally and stuff, of almost having
because
this
chaos often erodes individuality.
Yeah, but like almost having her like being able in a really interesting way to take advantage of that, of to bring it, because like that harmony concept, Cathayan harmony is about in many ways doing it to such an extreme of eroding it for the greater good, of her wielding a greater good philosophy, of putting aside your petty differences, putting aside your squabblings, your blood oaths, your vengeances, because there is a greater whole here. And
yeah, I can see a lot, because we're looking here for at its core manipulation and change. Okay, so I can see a lot of her early years being spent towards trying to better herself, to advise others toward away from necessarily the gods that they profess to be trying to claim the attention of, and betrayal. She is going to be taking out figures that are too lost to one god or another. The great champions of chaos are to her almost enemies, because they are keeping the different groups in the north separate, in a way that will piss off some of the chaos gods, but nevertheless impress, as she eventually works her way through some very impressive figures in the north. So we've got various tribes dedicated to one god or the other, and she will attach herself to one or another, and she'll eventually work herself up to be someone who's an advisor, who understands how all the other gods work, and then she'll just freaking kill them, stab them in the back when they're most vulnerable, when they think that they've finally got themselves the eye of their god, and she'll be the one to take them down and take their people away from them. She strikes me as a figure of both, as Sotek suggests, charisma. She can speak eloquently to the individual, but then, having taken out that individual, she can talk to the group and say, we must do this, and possibly even move on from them. Leaving them behind and saying, well done, my children, you have done better. We've got rid of this individual. Go forth and conquer in the name of the gods. In many respects, championing the idea of chaos undivided rather than championing the idea of
and also like
divided.
A grandmother of chaos hits insanely hard. Like, that's such a fascinating individual, of like seeing like a gathering of chaos chieftains and what they're expecting the grand harmonizer to be, and then she shows up and it's like, oh, she's just this little old lady, and then she's like fucking terrifying.
Yeah. And as the years go by, she becomes, I think, almost certainly she's going to become magically very powerful. She's going to be making deals with individual demons, some of which will ask for great other champions to be killed, some of which will ask for some to be supported. She's going to be picking her way between them, almost like an advisor figure from Total War, going from place to place to place, always somehow surviving, always somehow wheedling her way out of it, but gathering more power every time she does, until, pardon me, eventually she's sitting on the haunches of various attacks down into Cathay, because that's her ultimate goal, to bring Cathay to its knees, to prove that the gods can bring Cathay to its knees in the same way she was brought to her knees by Miao Ying. She literally brought to her knees, and she wants the same to happen to the dragon.
I was going to say, I could imagine like if you were writing a story about her, a repeat scene where she's almost doing to the more fanatical, like, no, one god is superior, like doing to them what was done to her, of showing that no, balance is the power.
Yeah, you have lost yourself to your rage. You are a monster who is nothing, and using that against them, eviscerating the Khorne champion with magic. You have lost yourself to despair. You can't bring about the great deeds that you wish. You've lost yourself to excess. You are so lost to what you're doing, the bigger picture is gone. You are so convinced that change is the only way forward that you can't see the good that can happen with what is already here. There's so many different stories that she can bring. She's a storyteller. She's a leader. She's a charismatic character who, through the course of her many interactions, slowly but surely, from tribe to tribe to tribe, leaves an impact.
Love it.
And makes a difference. So the question is, we've got ourselves all laid out. What's our next choice?
I have a choice for you, chat, and you as well, Andy.
What's that?
I have a proposal for her to have a little goodie, because I think it would make sense for her story. So hear me out. Hear me out. I'll explain, and then we can have a simple yes/no vote. Or if you want to add more options, you can.
See how it goes.
we all know that EVERCHOSENs are pretty cool because a lot of them have really powerful, crazy artifacts. And that Archaon in particular is pretty cool because his artifacts are related to different older EVERCHOSENs. But of his artifacts, only 2 are accounted for, which is 3, I guess, if you count the crown. But it's the Armor of Morkar, which obviously goes back to Morkar the Uniter, and the Slayer of Kings, which goes back to Vandal, who made it. But we have a couple of unspoken for ones, and there's one that's really, really powerful called the Eye of Shirian. The Eye of Shirian is one of, if not the most bonkers items in the Warhammer Fantasy Universe, because if you have it, you become a really powerful wizard, and you can see all future simultaneously. It's bullshit. It is a bullshit item that is really fun. And it was made by a Tzeentchian sorcerer named Shirian who gets murdered. We don't know who murders him, but somebody kills the shit out of him, takes the eye. Now, you may go, Sotek, why is this relevant? Well, let me tell you. Where does the eye end up? Well, the eye eventually finds its way into Cathay, where the eye is taken and possibly corrupts a dragon that we know as Flamefang over in the West. He has a Cathayish name, and it's been long theorized by myself, and I think many people, that this dragon is one of the 9 dragon children that is corrupted by chaos and takes the Eye of Shirian, or is corrupted by the Eye of Shirian, and dies only to be resurrected later, depending on which version of the story you go with, and eventually fights Archaon, and Archaon kills him, takes the eye. So my idea is, what if she's the one who kills the original Shirian? She takes the eye. It is her artifact. She is what introduces it to the legacy of the Everchosens.
Or she's Shirian.
Or she is Shirian. Yeah, you can just make
respell it. X-I, she. You just respell Shirian in an Eastern fashion.
The thing I love so much is this could also tie into our, even though she spell
that differently.
I'll let you figure that out. But like, if we play around with this, it could be that is her lasting impact. One of her lasting impacts is that when she inevitably falls and dies at the battle in Cathay, that the dragon child that takes her down. Close. Oh, that's very close. That the dragon child that took her down takes the eye, and it ends up corrupting him in the end. That she introduces corruption to one of the dragon kids as an after effect. It wasn't even her true goal. It is simple. That's just how fucking scary she was.
Yeah, I really like the idea that she's Shirian, and she corrupts the dragon and ends up being, because she's the great bringer of harmony. It's one of the dragons that kills her in the end. It has to be, so it's her own dragon that she corrupts. That makes sense. So Flame Flying is one of the dragon kids.
Yes.
I mean, we've got a very clear story there. And ultimately, her last attack would be the one that falls on itself. It always does. But it's a dragon that does it.
If you go with the Archaon version of the story, the Eye of Shirian is inside Flame Fang. Because he eats it.
And that could mean that she, as in Shirian or Shi Lian or some equivalent, Shi Rian, Shi Lian, will get eaten by this dragon, and through perhaps the eating of her, perhaps that what causes the dragon to corrupt. So maybe that dragon is ultimately not one that corrupts, but corrupts because it eats the Everchosen. And in some respects, she, with the eye, chose for that to occur, realizing that would bring about, at one point, Archaon. Oh, we got a story building there. I don't think we even need to put this one to a vote. We need a different vote. What do we do? That's just too cool.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to keep that. If there's anyone in chat that says no, I guess we can make it a vote. But
I don't think we really to make a vote there. That's too cool.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we're coming up to the end of the story.
Yeah, we really are. I mean, because what we've got there as a story is, loosely speaking, we've got ourselves an advisor-like figure from Total War who moves around the Chaos Wastes in the north until eventually she gathers enough information, scores enough lore that she creates herself the eye of her own eye, possibly plucking her own eye out for it.
Oh man, ripping her own eye out.
Okay, we after all have to pull back to what Darius was suggesting with eyes beforehand, and perhaps
Hey, there you go,
that's something
Darius.
else
We brought
do.
it back.
No, I think possibly Darius is onto this because it's going to be ultimately about her. So she is collecting eyes so that she can see all possible futures. And she's been going from champion to champion, plucking their eyes out. Some of them greasy, horrible,
oh my God, could
Nurgle
you imagine
horrors.
if, like, to be one of, like, to be on her council, one of her champions, she has to take one of your eyes. So
she's got to take.
when you fight like her Swords of the Everchosen or whatever, they all only have one eye. That's fucking
every
cool.
single last one of them. Totally. That's
one-eyed
way
legion.
too cool. Okay, and a blind Nurgle champion because he'd already fused to a single eye in the center of his forehead. Okay, so a great blind Nurgle champion.
An orifice
okay,
with weeping
with the weeping wounds down its face.
He'll be fine. He can probably see through flies or some bullshit.
Okay, until eventually she gathers enough eyes that she can make the Eye of Shirian, and then she uses that to find the crown.
Man, that's fucking perfect. That's fucking perfect. And then you get that badass showdown that we always have with the Everchosen where Be'lakor shows up. Maybe that should be the next vote. How does the Be'lakor encounter go?
Yeah, I think actually we do have a strong vote there, which is she actually the kid of Be'lakor?
I like that.
Because the standard story is that maybe all Everchosen are. And there is no reason that we need to buck that trend, but there's no reason for us to accept it. She could be something completely separate. So I'm going to add this one in as a nice little poll. Child of the first. Yeah.
No, well, I was gonna say the thing I love so much about the eyes that is just keeps bouncing around my head is like I keep thinking of the speeches this character could make, which are fantastic. And like I imagine her almost like saying to them, like after she humbles them, in their stagnant ways of being like, I'm gonna take one of your eyes so that you'll see, that you will understand the greater picture, the harmony, the strength that I'm offering of you're blind, but by me taking one of your eyes, then you will understand. Then you'll see it. And her being right and that being fucking terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah. She's forming a whole concept of don't just follow one god, follow all. It feels very northern in terms of how, as in very the northern chaos wastes, and how say many of the Norse tribes handle chaos. There's something really cool about that. Really like it. So Child of Be'lakor, yes or no? Anything else we need to add to that?
No, I think that works fine. Because that would color their interaction in a very interesting way, regardless of which version.
And if you choose yes, okay, we're going to be having a story that has a certain amount of intimacy with Be'lakor, who was once the ruler of all the northern tribes himself. If you say no, she is a usurper. She is someone that is outside of Be'lakor's plan and possibly will be brought down by Be'lakor, because Be'lakor doesn't like things that go outside of its playground. So choice number one, part of Be'lakor's plan, or choice number two, very possibly ultimately destroyed by Be'lakor, possibly betrayed by Be'lakor for not being part of it. So that's kind of where you're going with your choice.
Yes, oh, man.
If we get really close, we'll go into a bit more muddier water.
Yeah, there's something I want to say about her interaction with Be'lakor, but I'll save it till the vote's over because it might color y'all's decision. I don't want to color it. But this is spicy. This is getting spicy. Like we're actually getting to where it's no longer a theory; it's more of like an actual story. And this is getting spicy. Good spice. Let's see. So Stefan Lucas said this a while ago. Yes, absolutely. So we went with Shirian as a sense, but I do like the idea that I think someone said something similar. I don't remember if there was a super chat or not. I don't think it was, but someone said something. I'm so sorry. I should have picked it up when I saw it. But someone said something along the lines of like loving the idea of she instead of it being like you're not saying Tzeentch, because obviously you don't say the Dark God's names, but it may be being based on her name, which if you were to Contheianize Shirian, it could sound very close to something like Shirian.
I'm actually completely. I mean, Shirian. It's so close that it is. I mean,
which would be great because then like they're referring to her to refer to the great enemy.
Yeah, indeed. And the great enemy is the harmonization of chaos. Okay, at the heart of it is Tzeentch's greater plan for the destruction of the universe. I love it. I think that works really quite neatly.
Gaston, I love the idea that each Everchosen still has specific beef with chaos and aren't really true believers. Yeah, it depends on the Everchosen, but it's actually a fairly common-ish motif sometimes with them. And it makes sense because, like, if they're gonna like buck against dedicating to one of them, they either need to have a really specific goal in mind or they're not fully on board, which works fine. Let's see. Darius, maybe to make her even scarier, she commands that every follower can only see what she could see, like a synapse creature where their eyes are gone/blind. I don't think that's necessarily required. I think the idea that she just takes an eye from them is fucked up and spooky enough. Ian O'Brien puts on / create the eye, sees the end of the world of chaos is not harmonized. Well, I mean, I honestly could see her almost having an idea that maybe ultimate destruction is harmony.
Yep, I agree. As much as I love the idea here, Ian, I think actually what's more likely is that upon getting the eye, upon achieving the crown, upon doing everything else, she realizes she effectively is going to lose this battle, but is ultimately going to win the war because Archaon will come and will eradicate everything, bringing harmony to the lot. The dragons are going to lose. And that shows that the gods win. And that will be done through her eye that will be worn by Archaon. Literally, her eye staring out of his helmet. Love it. So yeah, I think that works quite well.
She's the perfect encapsulation of that villain that would literally die with a smile on their face because she knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, as she's eaten by the dragon, she just sits there and waits for the dragon to literally consume her. She knows, that's it, I have won. It's beautiful.
Jason Clark, change the squabbling, wield a brass fist of discipline, obsess over the unity of all, to spare her people dead before she comes to the south race against her. Yeah, Andy, I think, did a really good job fleshing out how each of the different god aspects would be represented in her rise. Caldwell, holy hell, this stream has just been another one. Yeah, this one's banging. I'm not going to lie. I'm having a blast with this one.
Yeah, me too. I'm loving this. Also, just to mention over on the vote, it's currently almost 50-50, but only as it currently stands, less than a third of you have actually voted. So please get your votes in because you will make an enormous difference if you pop it in. Now,
quick. Vote quick. I'm only going to give you a couple more. Darius Rose, Usurper's eyes are lost. It might be that she just takes, like, if she takes the second eye, then you're fucked.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that she will probably blind any who refuse to accept her.
Yeah, because they're spiritually blind.
Yeah, totally.
Because they refuse to see the truth. So she's like, you don't need these.
I think before she actually takes on the Everchosen title, there will be a period where she's banding together her most powerful and defeating other warbands, and she will give their champions the choice: an eye or both of your eyes, and don't submit to me.
And that's such a good fucking awesome way to like terrify chaos tribes of that. She won't kill you if she takes both your eyes. She takes both your eyes and it just leaves you to wander the waste, which is a horrible way to go.
Yeah,
like,
not good. Love it.
Donovan just made some fan art, possible version of her in Hero Forge. Oh, okay. I'll grab that I'll grab that and mess with that in a little bit.
If you can post that over in the Lawhammer one, that'd be great as well, Dynaman. Was it in the Lawhammer one? If you haven't posted in Lawhammer already, do please post it over. That'd be awesome.
All right, one more. David Whitfield, the eyes have it. In the realm of the blind, the one-eyed shall see, her mantra to her followers. Yeah. Fun. All right. Time.
Okay. Time. 54% says no. How's it over in Twitch?
Twitch went overwhelmingly no.
Where we go. She is not the child of Be'lakor.
Be'lakor is not going to be happy to see her.
Bellacor's chosen Everchosen is almost going to have their eye plucked out by her. And is going to interrupt with Be'lakor's plan for this generation.
Of course, the Eye of Shirian would be the one thing that could see through Be'lakor's bullshit.
Yeah.
Where when he shows up at the crowd expecting his descendant, he sees her and she's like, I've been waiting for you.
Yeah. I really quite like the idea of Be'lakor having set the whole thing up to go in a very different way. And then when she eventually creates her own eye, the Eye of Shirian, or Shi Lian, or whatever we decide her name is, she creates that eye. She sees through to the truth of what the Everchosen is and to Be'lakor's schemes behind it, and immediately realizes the only way she can claim that crown is to effectively outwit Be'lakor, which is going to be the next step on her path. The next step in her path is outwitting Be'lakor's chosen successor to become the next Everchosen, and to kill that particular successor, and take his eyes and bind it to her will. I quite like that as an idea, and could also have that moment where Be'lakor is seething.
Yeah, because let's all be honest, the best Be'lakor moments are when he's forced to crown an Everchosen and he's just pissed the entire time. Those are the best moments with him.
It is, and I really love the idea of her having to crown her against its will, because that's just exactly how much Be'lakor would be pissed off. It's great. And I think one of the great trials. Oh, fuck, yes, this.
Yeah. One of the great trials would be taking. Yeah.
Justin, you and I think the same. That. One of the great trials that she'll need to face will be killing Be'lakor's chosen one, who is perhaps one of the great Chaos Lords of maybe the Cull, or maybe just one of the ones in the north, maybe even taking out one of the great Chaos Lords of the Umberigans, or the Tutigans, maybe one of Sigmar's own ancestors. Make sure I didn't say descendants. I didn't. It's late enough that I doubt my own English. One of his ancestors, who taking out Sigmar's ancestor, for example, who was going to be his chosen Everchosen. And yeah, that ain't going to happen, is it? No. She foresees everything that happens, and perhaps he's already gathered one of the artifacts he thinks is important. And she, using the Eye of Shirian, her own eye, completely outwits it. I like that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So she goes through the trials. She gains the crown of domination.
Mm-hmm.
And now I reveal something I've had in my pocket this entire time because it's fucking cool, which is that the year is 1500 years to the dot before the rise of Sigmar. And she has gathered her horde. She has the crown of domination. And she arrives with the great bastion looming before her. This impossible structure that, since it's been completed 200 years ago, has been insurmountable. Chaos has thrown themselves against it. Greater and exalted demons have thrown themselves against it. It is impenetrable. There is nothing that could be done. And the Celestial Dragon Emperor can look down from his wall and see her, and he takes her measure, and he knows she can't do it. She's not strong enough. She cannot break his wall. But she knows she doesn't have to, because the Eye of Shirian has allowed her to see many things. And through her great power as a sorcerer, with the Eye of Shirian making her a horrifically powerful sorcerer, she did something no one would have ever thought to do, which is that she did not gather magic into herself. She did not gather the great magical winds that would have just crashed against the bastion and failed. She sent the magic winds elsewhere. She sent them to Lustria. And there, the great Slann mage priest, Lord Quex, lounges on his throne, and he awakens because he senses a storm of magic. And Lord Quex looks at the storm of magic, consults the sacred plaques, and decides, it is time for me to correct the world because it is off-center. The continents are not in the correct alignment. And the Slann argue with him, because some of the Slann feel like something is wrong. Canonically, there is a great argument between the Slann and Lord Quex about whether or not to realign the continents. They argue, they rage, they debate. He wins the argument, despite some of the Slann maybe knowing better, maybe knowing something's not right. And he takes this great storm of magic that has been gifted to him from an unexpected source, and he adjusts the continents. But he didn't know something, which is that there's another force at play. There's a strange race of ratmen that the lizardmen had no idea existed at this point, building a doomsday engine. that would have allowed them to potentially take over the old world, or maybe the world entire. But this earthquake, caused by the continental shelf shifting, which Gaven Blight is built on top of, causes the machine to detonate. And the explosion is so extreme, it makes the continent shift a little further than they're supposed to. Not according to Lord Quex's plan. And the Dwarven Empire cracks as the mountains erupt, and floods, volcanoes, lava, earthquakes, mudslides, whatever you can imagine, ravages the Dwarf Empire, who thought themselves safe after defeating the elves. And the Great Bastion splits.
Cracks. Yeah, I would add one change to that, and that's the change that makes the clean, obvious, where did the channeling of the magic, how did it occur? Because we need the event that instigates all of this. And ultimately, this event needs to be tied to where our Everchosen is and what she's doing up there. And we have an artifact that allows us to do this up there, the Whooshing Compass. Okay, and we use that to channel all of the horror of a waxing gate of chaos, and it's used by the Everchosen in a great fight that takes place right up there, because it kind of has to, because hey, if we're going to be in Cathay, you're as well to have it right up by the Dragon Emperor himself, aren't you? So plus, right up there by the compass. Yeah,
plus if she's as clever as we built her up to be, and she knows those lands.
Oh yeah.
The Celestial City is not actually behind the Bastion. It's got mountains behind it, but maybe she knows the way through.
Damn straight. Okay, so we can have someone who effectively runs a guerrilla attack. And ultimately, she's going to do something that is not expected by anyone. She's ultimately going to be playing the sacrifice play. Because she's going to be killing herself for the success of her armies crashing through the Bastion. And the whole event occurs with her ultimately giving her life up there with a dragon eating her. As the magic is siphoned off, and what appears to be the absolute collapse of the chaos attack turns out to be the thing that brings down the Bastion, brings down the dwarves, unleashes the Skaven. It literally ruins the world. And she also kills one of the dragon kids by being absorbed by it, as the corruption that lies inside her soul sinks into the heart of this dragon, as the eye that she is left with, the only thing that survives of her, throbbing in the center of this dragon. I think there's definitely something in there. We get our big dragon corrupted one.
And it's like, with that global mess, that's an Everchosen, like causing just global catastrophe.
So we've got an Everchosen here who has killed a dragon kid. No, hasn't killed a dragon kid, has corrupted the incorruptible, has proven that the dragons are susceptible to chaos, has won the argument. Her argument was that the harmony that they espouse is a lie. The gods are more powerful than these dragons. And she wins the argument. She completely wins. And she not only wins that argument, she also cracks the Bastion. She has chaos flooding their forces through there, starting a war without their Everchosen specifically at the lead, because she's already inside the dragon. In many respects, she's an Everchosen that won't die until Archeon comes around, because that dragon is now on their side. Oh, it's horrible. Love it. As the lizardmen are reeling with the enormous amount of magic that's flooding in their direction and deciding which direction to go with until eventually wallop. That whole story is kind of cool. I kind of love that. There's a bit of a timing issue with the amount of magic that gets flown over there and their big debate, but we can easily have their debate happening almost instantaneously inside their slan minds.
Yeah, all I know is in 1500s when Lord Quex moves stuff. Like, that's when he finally moves. So maybe he's been kind of sitting there for a while.
Yeah, totally. So there's some issues there with potential timing, but I think with a little bit of a rejig and a twist here, we've got ourselves a beautiful story of an Everchosen that will be some Cathayan equivalent of Shirian, who is also another potential rejig of Xiangxi, which is also awesome. And is ultimately the downfall of what is the Bastion, the dragon's philosophy, literally everything that she wanted to bring down, she has, and she also sets up Archeon.
Mm-hmm.
And as the Saints there says, lost that battle, but she wins the war. She's part of the story of the Everchosens who ultimately wins the war of bringing down everything that the dragons represent, and she completely succeeds. And
it's like, as far as an Everchosen goes, like she stops a Skaven attempt to take over and destroy the world, and also scatters them. Absolutely, just period, ends the Dwarf Golden Age.
Yeah.
The Lizardmen are messing with things they shouldn't be. Because by doing it, if you have her be responsible for this, which I think works so well, she also fucks up Lord Quex's plan. Because he had a very specific alignment he was aiming for, but because he didn't know about the Skaven Doomsday Engine, his alignment is wrong.
Yeah.
So she takes out like 4 birds with 1 stone.
Okay, so I think that there should also be, with our Shirian awareness, she has become aware of the Skaven. She's become aware of their plans. I think that this is where we start broadening her tale. She almost certainly will have had a host of warpstone being shipped into places where it could easily be captured by the Skaven. So she would have purposely set up losses from her own forces near what would eventually become other Skaven attack points so they can get hold of the warpstone to build their ridiculous device.
Amadeus says, in canon, they say that the Dragon Emperor's very essence is linked to the Great Bastion. Could it be that the cracks, well, it's not just a crack, like the wall rips open in a few places, but Xi'an is the first and only time a mortal ever wounds him to his soul? Could this be the wound that festers and why he's recovering in the constant presence of his wife? Yes.
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 And I absolutely think that because it's just perfect. It explains all of the later stories about the dragons and how kind of broken the Emperor is. And in terms of his appearances, in terms of what's happening with him and his wife and all the rest of it. It gives just a lovely seed for all of that. Yeah, I love that, Amadeus.
Yeah, and that she literally is, she plunges the knife. She gets the revenge shot.
Oh, she does. It's just, and it's by the Bastion because the Emperor's. Then we have another story to tell.
His impenetrable defense.
We have another story to tell then. That the seeds of the Bastion are started by her.
That's setting him up for it.
Setting him up for the dagger blow. In many respects, what we're doing here is we're repeating the story that she will use, which is she sets things up, then she knifes them in the back. She sets things up and knifes them in the back, effectively getting her win. So yeah, we could even have her various, as we progress onwards, her minions that are moving south. And we went with Tzeentch first, so many a Tzeentchian cult, spreading the ideas of you need to have the Great Wall to defend, and supporting that by sending attack after attack after attack down into the great valleys that she's known since her childhood, understanding the local terrain, driving through it, causing the massive problems that will be eventually turned into the Bastion later. And she's used her eye to see the weakness that will eventually come about because of it. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. She's got a plan, and she's a master manipulator, and she effectively wins and everything, but she has to lose her life for it. It's such a good play. I really like this one. Yeah, I'm really liking. Right, we should get through all of our super chats at the end, just in case there's some other cool ideas that come from that. And then I think we'll head towards a conclusion.
When does Archeon get kicked in the balls? Not until a very specific, bizarre meme timeline that never happens.
It just never happens.
Yeah, people love it. Can the tree with eyes
He nuts him with his head.
One of those the Americans going, he won him? Darius, can the tree with eyes still be there on her back? Yeah, I think you could absolutely do that.
I mean, you could, but I see no thematic link with the tree.
The tree would be unnecessary.
The tree, I mean, we could have ourselves eyes rising up and she does her magic and unblinking and weird, or we could have her herself having eyes around her body wrapped around her, almost like tentacles around her body with that all blink as each eye is taken into her. There's lots of things we could do with the eyes, but I think we would probably want to. I mean, you could even go back to the original idea before the Eye of Shearing became a thing, where it was the helm of many eyes, and he always struck first, and that could be some bizarre thing that pops up. But I don't see a strong thematic link for a tree.
Or just she on she. That's actually a good one. That's actually a good one. good job, man.
Yeah, you got me, Hammond.
Wouldn't she say AOS with the eye? Maybe. Sure, probably.
Yeah, I think almost certainly. And in some respects, we could even then build a story that the Eye of Shearing, in many respects, sees everything that is to come.
Yeah. Now, whether she'd be like interesting or she'd be like, that's beyond the point I give a shit, is, you know. Donovan, this makes me think of Thor Ragnarok, the Dragon Emperor. You can't defeat my wall, Shirian. I know, points at Lord Quex, but he can. Yeah.
Yeah, quite. She doesn't need to defeat the wall.
Yeah, Hammond, she created the Warhammer version of Not Like Us. I don't know. I don't see how that's really related. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Amadeus, again for that. Amadeus, you're on fire today. Diamond, building on Amadeus, commenting how to evolve other cultures more. Maybe before this, Cathay's under siege. Cathay, under the Emperor's rule, was actually still pushing out and starting to dominate cultures outside Cathay. However, now his soul and power is wounded. The great power in the east becomes much more isolationist as he retreats back to Celestial City, going from an active presence to a dormant one. Yeah, you could absolutely
I think that's quite a good line. This is effectively the end of the expansion of Grand Cathay, as it moves from being expansionist to being existing within its borders, and a more tight control over the Wuxing compass. We missed one comment there from Like Lord.
Oh, no, I just wasn't there yet.
Oh, okay, cool.
Funny how this letting the Skaven in will also lead to the era of disharmony. Yeah. But I mean, her thing there is really to prove that the Cathayan dragon's form of harmony is false. It is, which she will very effectively do in just a couple thousand years. Where, the second mom and dad leave, it falls apart. It falls apart almost instantly as the Cathayan children, in an almost human way, start to squabble. Ian O'Brien, creating the need for a plan that originates wholly from him and cannot be influenced / subverted by outside forces. I'm not sure what this is in reference to.
Creating the need for a plan that originated wholly from him and cannot be influenced outside. I have slightly lost track of what that one's responding to.
Ian, we'll keep an eye out for comments from you if you want to elaborate just a little bit on that one.
Sorry, Ian.
Yeah, but we see that you're in chat, so just feel free to elaborate. You don't have to do it as a chat. Oh, the Dragon Emperor's plan. Yeah. That's even more brilliant. Like, why he doesn't share his plan with anybody. He's learned his lesson.
Yeah, learned his lesson. And I think that's really nice. Yeah, agreed.
Good. Excellent.
Because we're all about trying to help establish Grand Cathay as it is today. And this tells a lot of the story of why Grand Cathay is the way that it is today. At least this version of it does.
Yeah. Stephen Lucas, Andy, her rising arc reminds me of Sail the Faithless. So I've actually been doing a lot of research on Sail. There are some slight similarities, but I would call them slight. Sail is very different.
I could see Sail being almost a devotee of the path of Xianxi. As in somebody who looks to the successes of the previous EverChosen and goes, there is benefit from this. But I don't think they're that close.
Yeah, Sail's theme almost revolves exclusively around personal power. Like, he is a super paranoid, arrogant son of a bitch. That his whole thing is just betraying people. That's all he cares about. Is he betrays people to stay one step ahead because he thinks if he doesn't, someone's going to betray him.
Yeah. I could definitely see him, though, looking into the past and saying, I can learn from her.
Oh, yeah. I can see her looking at, like, her successes and philosophies and being like, oh, yeah, this is why she was the real shit and why we shouldn't dedicate ourselves to a power, because he is undivided. So I can see him taking inspiration from that.
Yeah.
Patterson. You'd want her to have some interactions with all the other races. She fucked up before she makes the eye. She had all these threads that connect. Well, yeah, but I mean, she has hundreds of years to kick around and do stuff.
She does. I mean, we have obviously had to speed through all of her time in the Chaos Waste doing Chaos Waste shit. as she's moved from one to another, either summoning demons, working with demons, working against or for various chaos lords doing their stuff, until eventually she rises up above them and starts wielding them like tools. We have a lot of story to tell there, and some of that will involve everything from dark elves, because as we said earlier in the stream, I think it's very likely she'll make a deal with the dark elves.
Plus, there is a dark elf. There is an invasion that leads to Grond being sieged for a good while in 1666 before Sigmar was born. So she could have potentially led that invasion to get close to Marathi so she could talk to her.
And then made a deal.
Yeah.
And said,
which, Marathi gets rid of people sieging Grond, which is hilarious.
Okay, and Marathi's a seer as well. One of the things that we
so that works. That works very perfectly.
It's beautiful. She can meet them and say, yeah, okay, done. This is good. Done.
If I were doing so, I love what we come up with. I would dedicate like a good 250 years of her time to literally, she journeys around different places of the world, gathering things and wisdom she needs to make the Eye of Shirian. Because the Eye of Shirian's bonkers. So she would need, like, I would do crazy shit. Like, she just Grond to get to meet with Marathi so she could talk to her, and they forge this deal because she needs stuff from her. She needs knowledge from her.
You know what? In fact, I think the story there is quite clearly she's gathering the eyes of seers. She's gathering the eyes of those who are blessed.
Oh, that would be super fun, because then she's like, I want your eye, Marathi. And Marathi's like, I won't give you my eye, but I will give you this chick's eye. Because Marathi would do that in a heartbeat.
Totally. And that's why the Siege of Grond occurs, because she's after Marathi's eye. She's after Marathi. And Marathi realizes that this thing is just not going to stop, so comes up with an alternative plan, which ultimately leads to somebody else passing on their eye, and also a deal where they will just leave and go elsewhere, so that she can then go to her son and say, hey, Malarian Malekith, what the fuck your name is? I can't remember anymore. I'm getting old. You have got free reign to attack the south. We have got a clean border to the north for exactly this many 100 years. And it's going to be clear. So I have seen this, the gods have spoken, which is both the truth, for the gods have spoken, but also she's made a deal on the other side, and the attack down to Ulthuan then occurs.
Yeah, and she could easily like pop down to Lustria, because maybe she goes after a Slann to get a Slann eye. She attacks the dwarves because she wants the eye of like some great rune lord or something. Like you could do crazy stuff. Yeah, 250 years is a long fucking time.
Yeah, we got a lot of time for some crazy shenanigans. But ultimately, the story there is she is gathering the eyes of those who are blessed by the gods to see the future. And she gathers them all together and eventually takes their power into herself in some fashion. Now, whether that eye comes out the center of her own forehead, eye of, because, the third eye, I think that's probably where it ends up.
Absolutely.
And that's going to end up being the heart of a dragon.
That's such a badass mutation too. Like her head splitting open. There's just this crystalline eye coming out of her flesh. Yeah, great.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of super fun things. Literally, I think the only thing that got proposed that I super loved that we didn't quite figure out how to fit in was how this would tie into like Cathay restricting what magic is used. But I think if we sat down with it for enough time, we could figure that out. But I'm not going to worry about it. We know it's there in the nebulous relation.
And it doesn't need to be directly the Seeress of Harmony.
The Seeress of Harmony.
Nice one, Hawk.
Yep, that's a title. Xian Chi, as she gets later known, the Seeress of Harmony. Shirian being male is not how my salty Bellicor. That's so funny. It's like, bitch, I'm writing her out of history. That jerk. She made me look bad. I love it. I just wish we had more people from China on our stream so they could come in and say, this is how you should do that name. I know sometimes there are folks from all over the world that pop up to Lorebeards. So I will say, if there's anyone out there that is very well educated in Chinese or knows a lot of Chinese and wants to be like, here's how you can make Xian Chi into like a name that would make sense.
Shirian.
Or Shirian in particular.
Shirian.
Please let us know. We would love to actually land on something.
Yeah, this is landing at when we started this stream. I said I might make this a part of my Lawhammer world if it works. It's fucking happening. So I need somebody to get a good name for this that makes sense in Chinese stroke Cathayan.
Oh, Alaflux, you did that, and you came up with the "this is why they don't use other forms of magic" relation. Great, perfect. So
yeah, it's awesome.
Plus, Heel Canna to me looks what? I don't get this one.
Heel Canna. Can you imagine Franz? He's been. I think this may be a reference to an earlier quotation from Darius that you went. Past.
Oh God, jeez! I was like, I'm so lost. In honor of my hero, John Cena, going to the dark side. How about what if Karl Franz is an agent of chaos? Ooh, that would be a spicy what if.
Well, all I'm going to say is keep watching Lawhammer.
Yeah, maybe he already is. If my hero must fall, so shall yours. Everyone, poor John Cena. Truly, the Dark Ages.
I think we may have missed a bunch of comments earlier. Yeah, quite a few comments earlier. We're going to have to scroll back to get our earlier super chats. So we got the AI one. We got Thor Ragnarok.
Which one?
Did we do this one?
Yeah, we did.
Did we? Did we do that one?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, I've just lost it then.
Yep.
Ignore me. It's late. I've gone mad.
Dino Man, you claim that worship of the gods is pointless, that they have no power, and yet you suppress their worship. They have no power. What harm would there be in worshiping them? You know the truth that the gods do have power, and you fear it. You claim to build harmony, but all you do is break the land, divide the land, we'll say, with your petty walls. You do nothing but disrupt the true harmony of the world, and soon you shall see that no wall can divide the world. The gods do not bow to you. That's spicy.
Boom!
That's very spicy. That's a great speech.
Boom! Yeah, love it. Nice one, Dino Man.
Yep. And that is the end of our EVERCHOSEN.
Holy crap. So, what did we end up with? We gave you options. We gave you lots of options. And through the course of this stream, we have landed upon Shirian. We need a proper name for Shirian. But she is a woman who was born in the north of what is now called Grand Cathay, in the area that now holds the Great Bastion. And her peoples were humbled by the dragons when they arrived. Their old beliefs were shown to be weak and almost powerless against the dragons themselves. And this burned Shirian to her core. For she was not just the leader, the spiritual leader, the chieftainess, if you will, of her tribe. She was pretty much the center of their belief. And she was forced to kneel before the dragons. Now, in this story, we had so far said it was probably Miao Ying. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's the dragon that will one day eat her.
That would be more interesting.
And I think that's likely the case. We're looking at a headstrong dragon that likes to domineer others, absolutely likes to control and consume that which stays in its path. So, humbled, she is forced into service on the Cathayan side until eventually was our instigating moment for her leaving. It was the arrival of a great chaos horde.
Yep.
A massive horde. After multiple decades of attacks, the Cathayan forces in the north were, if anything, pressed, but not pressed too hard. But when one enormous horde comes down, she sees it and thinks, this is it, we're going to lose. And everything behind the scenes suggests they might. But the dragons came out and they used the divisions of chaos against it, used their harmony against their disharmony, and humbled the hordes of the north just as she had been humbled before. But she didn't see this as a great defeat, because she saw that if they just took on some of the dragons' philosophy, if they could understand the harmony that she could bring, then just possibly they could win. So she goes off, and unlike the children of Be'lakor, who are all pretty much raised through one fashion or another to think that they can bring harmony to the disharmony, to that which is disharmonious, she does it off her own back. And she starts her great quest across not just the Chaos Waste, but other parts of the world as well, using the gods, using great spirits of the land and learning from them, extending her life, learning magic, extending her life further, making pacts, but not to swear to an individual god, but to take each of the powers that these gods offered in an attempt to try and influence the material realm and use them to extend her goals. Until eventually, after multiple years of learning, she discovers that the gods have granted much of their power to the mortal realm through a host of mortals who are often referred to as seers. So she comes up with her cunning plan, possibly aided by a demon, possibly not, to make use of this. And she starts her great plan to gather the blind eyes of the seers. The eyes that can only see that which the gods themselves allow them to see. And she starts her big, long process of gathering them and ultimately a horde around her of the best servants that she can, until eventually she reaches the point, having banded chaos groups together, having betrayed others, having done a whole host of chaos building stuff, until she has reached the point of, I think we're looking at maybe having taken 100, 200, 500 eyes of seers. She's now leading hordes in the north, and she besieges Grond. Ultimately thinking that if I can take the oldest seeress in the world, I will finally complete what I need. And a story yet to be fully told takes place there as Marathi and her come to terms. Possibly Marathi does give her one of her eyes. She's a sorceress. Who knows exactly how that pans out? Whatever occurs there, she leaves with the power to create the Eye of Shirian. And the Dark Elves are left with the awareness that they can now move south into Ulthuan and make their great attack. And from that point on, she then plans her great attack towards the Bastion. The Bastion that she's already laid seeds of its creations for, with the constant attacks of her forces down into the south and the chaos cults within Cathay constantly wheedling away and whispering in ears, giving them the idea that they have to defend against the north. And our long story of attack after attack eventually leads to the amassing of a great chaos horde to the north. The waxing of the eye, the great chaos gate in the north, floods the world with magic as another cycle of power passes through the Warhammer world. And as that goes, instead of leading her horde, she does the opposite. Because she has a plan. She sneaks in through the secret ways of the mountains where she grew up, into the very palace where the dragons ruled. And there, she gives her life, standing against the very dragon that once humbled her, refusing to kneel to it, so it eats her, as it long ago threatened to do, kneel or be consumed. She doesn't kneel. It consumes her, and it falls. And in its fall, the whooshing compass is flung around. Everything goes wrong in the very heart of the Cathayan power structure with its magic. And magic, which should have been channeled into the various defensive points of the Cathayan, well, the walls, the great bastion, et al., is instead flung outwards as the weeping eye in the north floods the area. And it arcs around the world, giving us, as we know, the great story of the Slan suddenly filled with power from some unknown source. And they use it to shift the world. Skaven go boom. Dwarves go no. The bastion cracks. The chaos hordes flood in without an Everchosen leading them. They don't need them because they are in harmony. And they wreak untold damage across Grand Cathay, changing Grand Cathay forever and making all of its potential looking out views turning insular. The Dragon King himself sitting upon his throne, now wounded. One of his children gone forever. I kind of love this.
Fucking great. Fucking great.
It came out pretty well, didn't it?
Yes, it did. It almost, well, luckily it tied in surprisingly well to little tidbits of information we already have. Maybe whatever deal Marathi manages to make it AOS. Hey, that's a clever idea. How she survives Slanesh's gut.
See, one of the interesting things about Marathi is she's a seer who isn't blind, which is an exceedingly rare trait, and so rare, in fact, she's the only one I can think of who's a proper seer who actually has her eyes. Almost all the rest of them just don't. The prophets of the gods are blind. Marathi isn't. So I think possibly there's a part of her story is then that. Maybe in her desire to be the most perfect creature, she hides the fact that she's blind. Maybe she is blind. There's a whole host of different things that we can take here. Maybe it's all a mirage, a facade of her magic, and she's actually a withered, broken crone underneath it all. There's a host of different stories that we could take here. And the deal that she makes with our Shirian could be the acceptance of what she is and what she could potentially become later, which is effectively a goddess. You will become a god. You will not simply be, if you're an avatar, because she could be an avatar, or she could just be an elf. She could be fallen to chaos. She could be any of a host of things. Whichever version of Marathi you go with can very easily be pitched here with, I know the future, and you will become a god if this comes to pass. Give me your eye. Oh, there's something cool in that.
Yep. Some other fun little things is, of course, just some ideas that I saw in chat that I want to toss in here at kind of the last second of, if we had more time, because I'm going to say we're out of time.
Me too.
Yeah, good old Nayeth. Yep. We would definitely find a way to tie in the whole concept of like the why Azir is the only wind that the Celestial Dragon allows humans to learn because it's somehow related to this incident. I think could make for a really compelling story. Also, I saw some people earlier that I do want to call out about, the Flame Fang's corruption sounds very similar to Fate Claw. If you feel that way, you could always change it where Flame Fang has a little bit of a personality thing that she knows about, where maybe he has a desire for power. Like she uses the eye in a way that he recognizes what it is, how powerful it is, and after he kills her, he takes it for himself. But for her, that was always the point, that she wanted it to end up with him. So you could play it that way where it's more of his decision and his greed, or his especially if he's the one that tortured her back at the beginning, that she plays his negative traits against him, which could work really well and fun. But last thing, of course, I'll say is that this was incredibly super fun. We had a fucking blast. This turned out way better than I thought. This is probably my absolute favorite of the Build-A-Whatevers, which is crazy because I thought Build Never-Chosen would not be that interesting compared to Build-A-God. And this can even, if you wanted to, it can even tie into our Build-A-God. And like all this stuff. The Lorehammer.
I honestly think you could tie it to the Build-A-God directly. She was almost certainly one of the DVDs.
The Lorebeards verse is fascinating.
Yeah, it's definitely becoming a thing.
Yeah, Games Workshop, hire us. Web Chef, Dark Deeds question. While the End Times books are being released, at what book did you realize the setting was being destroyed? I don't know how to release the Dark Deeds, but I don't know if anyone's answered it.
Right from the beginning. The first book was out, I was like, yeah, fuck. That was it. I mean, it's the End Times.
Oh, you see, I didn't figure it out until book 4, or maybe book 3. I think book 3.
For me, it was when it was first advertised. I was like, they're actually going to do it, aren't they? They're going to do it. And I read the first book and I was like, yeah, they're going to do it. Yeah, that's it. Warhammer's gone. Yeah,
because the advertisements for book 3, or book 4 was when like there was a lot of panic online, like in the forums and stuff. And the big reason was because GW got a little more obvious because they started releasing a promotional tagline that said, it's the end of the world, even if you believe it. That became like the tagline, which was basically them saying like, we're about to off this shit. Because being the assholes they are, they didn't officially confirm it until the 5th book, the last book. Like they were very cagey about it because they knew people would freak out.
Yeah. Exactly.
Avant DK, if it is true then the land of the blind, the one-eyed is king, it is even more true for those with true vision. That's a good use of that quote. I will say, for her design, the way I imagine her is that she's had to take out her own eyes, and she just has the eye of Shirian. That's the only eye she has left. But she's got the sockets, and because that would allow her to almost have a prophecy about the three-eyed king. of her being like, this is merely one. But when the true end comes, there will be three. I'm not the three-eyed king, but I've seen him. I've seen him. Stephen Lucas, we created Crier from Star Wars.
Knights of the Old Republic.
Funny.
You know, to a degree, there's a certain amount of truth in that. She's a pretty goddamn awesome character.
Ian, that's a cool. That's not the case, but that could be a cool fuck with thing. She's the reason Kairos Fate Weaver doesn't have vision of the present. That would be hilarious if she somehow stole Kairos' vision of the present to make the Hyperion.
Oh, that would be a really good one. She stole one of his eyes, maybe one of his heads. Maybe he once had 3.
That would be fucking baller because man, man, that would be so good for a true undivided character of why, as you know, Kairos is the Zinch guy. Fucking hate her.
Yeah.
And actually, that would tie in well to Kairos Fate Weaver's Total War storyline, where he plucks the eyes of Urson to allow him to see the present because she took his eyes of the present, so he has to get Urson's eyes instead.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, I love that. Ian, yes.
Great. Great.
Oh,
all right.
I'm so happy with all of that. So,
yep.
That rocks. Thanks, everyone. If you have managed to reach all the way to the end of the stream and you have purchased Dark Deeds, and if you haven't, please go buy Dark Deeds. It's really cheap and it's really awesome. Benefius.com.uk, whichever one you want to go for. But if you have done so, please do go leave a review. By the end of this stream, we ended up with, I think it's 9 reviews over there. I haven't been paying that much attention.
There's about to be a 10th.
Okay, there's 9 reviews. If there's about to be a 10th, thank you very much. But there's currently 9 reviews over there. We would love to get that up. So if you're watching this later in the video on demand and you've reached the end of the stream, please do go leave a review. It's over on BoardGameGeek.com. Dark Deeds 2nd edition. Make sure you choose the 2nd edition, not Dark Deeds 1st edition.
There will be links in the pinned comment. So the top comment.
Superb.
I will make sure it's there.
Excellent. And I think that's us come to an end with what I think is one of the best builders we've had. We've justified Shirian, the entire makeup of the world in some respects.
Thanks to y'all. Genuinely, thanks to y'all. We were able to take a character who is super important and there's not fucking shit about him. There's nothing on Shirian. Like he makes an appearance in the Archaon story, and he's a really weird, boring character that doesn't explain any of his backstory. He's very odd. This makes him fucking incredible. It makes the world feel more cohesive,
connected,
which is great. We love that shit, and it's what an EVERCHOSEN should do. Like this feels like a true fucking EVERCHOSEN. Great, awesome. All right. So that's it for us. We will be back.
Just want to answer one thing from Face Octopus. No, that's what she goes for after. Getting the eyes right now for what's happening in the here and the now is what she claims first. And it's that sets her off in her path.
Yeah. Interestingly, like especially when you know how the Eye of Shirian really works, a key part of it is seeing the now. Because it allows you to, because it not only, Eye of Shirian not only lets you see the future, it also sees the winds of magic with like perfect clarity, which is what allows the wielder to be such a powerful wizard. Is that they can see things no one else can see. Like it's not just future vision; it's like true perception.
Yep.
Which is why it's OP as fuck.
Yeah.
OP,
love it. Cool.
Anyway,
thanks all.
Friday.
Warhammer. Warhammer, yes. We are the Rise of the Horned Rat. Holy crap. Oh, yeah, it's going to be a thing this Friday. It's going to be a thing.
Yep. Then Saturday, Rookery's doing something.
Oh, we are. We've even got a thing up. While I'm checking that up, tell us what we're doing on this Sunday.
Yeah, and then this Sunday, we are going to be doing Skull Taker, also known as Uzul, not the Uzul and the sword, the other Uzul, the Slayer of Kings, not the sword, the Slayer of Kings, the other Slayer of Kings. Pretty interesting character, especially because he has a pretty bizarre Black Library book written about him. That
22nd
is a whole thing. So Yeah. And did you figure out who you're doing?
I did indeed. We're doing something for everyone. We're being visited by Josh Wakerley, who is creator of many a system agnostic piece of tabletop roleplay stuff. And he's coming along. He's the sole mind behind Hive Mind Games, and we're going to be discussing system agnostic. I can't even say it. System free TTRPG.
I was going to say, for
and how
anyone
to
that's
build them.
not in the know on the lingo, could you briefly say what agnostic systems are?
Yeah, system free. It means that you can use it with any role-playing game. So it's a supplement that'll work for any role-play game. He's going to be discussing how to build them and how his Kickstarted versions can be used in any other games. And it's going to be awesome.
Excellent. And then, so we'll see you when we see you. Thanks for watching, and bye-bye.
Bye-bye.